Everybody would stand for the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, have a moment of silence. Okay. We need to amend the agenda. We will add item 18C, resolution delegating policing authority to the county manager. And item 18E is approval of the bidding by electronic advertising.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the amended agenda.
I have a second.
Second.
All in favor? All right. Agenda for approval. Need approval for the August 3rd special meeting, regular meeting, August 24th special meeting.
Mr. Chair, having reviewed all three sets of minutes and found them to be in perfect order, I move that those minutes be accepted as submitted.
Second. All in favor? Discussion. Move on to public comment. One was Stephanie Phillips. Is Stephanie Phillips here?
Yep.
Okay.
Good evening, County Commissioners. Thank you for your service to the community. My name is Stephanie Phillips, daughter of Luther Wayne Phillips, granddaughter of Annie Mae Thomas Strange. It is with great sadness I make the following statement. As you are well aware of my situation, assault, police brutality, excessive force, chokeholds, and slamming of the top of the head into the ground on 2 separate occasions was not necessary. I was never combative. In addition, there was complete disregard for policy, procedure, and police academy training. Since then, physical and psychological hostilities have increased to provoke negative behavior on my part and justify actions of these officers. Motivation seems to be to erase my family's ancestry and take over our family farm for water rights to provide for additional commercial residential real estate development and mass production of now medicinal legalized marijuana, which has long been grown in Madison County under the camouflage of tobacco. Our family farm has been sabotaged in every conceivable way to run us off our land. Requested help from commissioners. Please discipline officers, expunge any criminal records. Progress report on any current investigation conducted on my behalf. Please schedule a meeting with North Carolina Senator Richard Burr, Ranking Member, Senate Intelligence Committee, with myself, Commissioners Garrison and Gentry, to get to the bottom of this. I have also requested protection under Federal Whistleblower Act from other jurisdictions. I've had a hard time believing these acts are indicative of Madison County local law enforcement. Towns, cities, counties, and states have the right and responsibility to challenge federal government abuses of power when necessary. Please help and join me in correcting these injustices. Thank you for your consideration.
There is no more public comment. That's the only one. So we move on to 4. Ms. April Riddle. Ms. April Riddle is North Carolina Department of Insurance.
Evening, April.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm here this evening to talk to y'all about recent flooding in the area and the importance.
You'll need to speak up just a little bit more or it won't go out on the live stream, okay?
Here to talk to you just a little bit about disaster preparedness because, as we all know, Haywood County and Transylvania counties were hit in such a way recently. And something that we noticed when we deployed to the area, 2 days of assisting consumers, I had 3 people who had flood insurance.
Oh, boy.
And everyone who came through, they had nothing. They had absolutely nothing left, and they were waiting on FEMA to come. And that's okay. FEMA might come and they might not. So we're just trying to get the word out that if it rains where you live, you need flood insurance. So I'll go through these slides. This is just something that we do to show people what you need to do before a storm. And that is Commissioner Mike Causey with the department. That's Hurricane Matthew in Greenville, North Carolina.
No relation.
Outer Banks, Lumberton, and I worked on this situation from this end long ago, and these people had nothing. They didn't have anything to start with, and then once this hit, they were in such horrible shape. Cumberland County, do you see how high that water is?
Lord.
Duplin County, Sampson County, Silver Mine. It's a wildfire. You remember several years ago we had many wildfires here in the West. That's us. Not sure exactly where that shot is, but my guess it's the Party Rock fire at Lake Lure. Ice storm. Again, another ice storm with trees down. Mudslide in Polk County, which, as Commissioner Wechtel can tell you, nobody has any coverage for mudslides. There is nothing that covers you for that. Greensboro, that's tornado. And Hurricane Florence. Again, Hurricane Florence. Same thing. I mean, just look at that. In Madison County, if somebody needs something, if your neighbor needs something, you're going to go help them. Well, you look at a situation like that and your neighbor's in no better shape than you are. It could easily happen to any of us. And this is one of the scenes from Haywood County. Another I saw where this mobile home wound up in Haywood County. So we know that these are all disasters. Nothing protects any of us from having that happen in our county. They're all a great loss. They all happened here, and they were all within the last 5 years. So what you have to do is take steps to prepare before the storm. We're fortunate in our county. Most people here in our county, they are more prepared. Most people can. They have things in their home. They can make it for a while, but other areas don't. But something that people are not aware of are their different types of insurance coverage. Homeowner's policy, that's fire and theft. Many people think they're covered with flood for that. They are not. Their auto policy, which people don't carry comprehensive coverage if they don't need it. Renter's policy, that's something almost nobody as a renter carries a renter's policy. You can get those policies as cheaply as $6 a month added on to your auto policy. And you can also have flood added to that so that you're covered. Because if you're renting a place, even if you're a business owner and you rent your business, your place of business, you can add that and be covered. Yancey County had several businesses that were impacted by floods, and they had nothing. They're out. Wind and hail is totally separate from your regular homeowner's policy. Most people don't know that. They don't know their coverage. Flood insurance is what we're mostly focused on. The only coverage, I shouldn't say the only, the main plan that you have is the federal flood insurance policy. There are some companies that do offer coverage in North Carolina, but they are not admitted companies in North Carolina, meaning they're not backed by the state. So if you have an issue with them, kind of on your own, it's not that they're a bad company. It's not that they're out to cheat you or anything. It's just that they don't have the backing of the state. So again, do you need a flood policy? If it rains where you live, you need a flood policy. You see these situations, rapid snow melt or flash flood. Flash flood, of course, is what happened in Haywood County. People who've lived there all their lives say that they've never seen anything like that happen. I had people describe it to me that it was like a 15-foot wall of water that just suddenly came down. In Canton, if you know where the river is, if you know where Town Hall is, from the moment they saw water get up to the bank from the river, it was 11 minutes before it was in the fire department. They had no time. And other people living up in the Crusoe area, they were in the same situation. They had no time to get anywhere. And that area, if you're not familiar with it, it doesn't look like somewhere that a flash flood would take anything out. It's flat. It's not, it's not confined. It looks like there'd be plenty of room for water to go, but it wasn't. It was so much, so fast that there was just no time. Bridges were gone, roads were taken out. I would see propane tanks up in trees as I was going in. People would mark with rocks on the road where the road was washed up so far underneath. It's just a horrible situation. A dam failure. We have that in Madison County. That could be us. And we know hurricanes have hit. The worst that I recall was in 2004 when we had the two come through, and Marshall I remember I was standing on the sidewalk and it was knee deep in Marshall. So we have these situations, and the flood insurance policy, so many people, when they see a hurricane coming, I'm gonna go get me a flood policy. It don't work like that. It does not go into effect the same day that you apply for the policy. It's a 30-day waiting period. And is it regulated by NCDOI? It's a federal program. And is mudslide covered? No, we talked about that. Nothing covers you. And we are 7th for flood risk in the nation. It's the costliest and most lethal natural disaster. Water is such a force that there's nothing you can do about it. Only 5% of North Carolina homeowners have flood insurance, and that's mostly on the coast. People in the mountains in the Piedmont think that they don't need it. 85% of the flood losses from Hurricane Florence were uninsured. And just a question, what region in North Carolina you think has the most flood damage? And Matt, you can't answer.
Man, tell us.
No cheating.
No.
It's the Piedmont. The Piedmont has the most flood damage. And here you can see, look in the west. We come in second, and it's flash flooding. That's what hits us. So it is something that is necessary, that we need to consider that. You need to go to your agent. You go to your agent and talk about your flood policy. And a lot of agents don't want to sell a flood plan. They don't want to deal with it because truthfully, they don't make really anything off of it. But with enough pressure, they'll find you something. And you need to consider all of these items. Now, something that we talk about when people come to us in a situation like this, what does your policy say? 90% of people cannot tell you what their policy says. I can't tell you what my policies say because we don't read them. It's not something you dwell on. You need to know your policy. You need to know your deductible. You need to have that information with you. Replacement value or cash value, those are two different things, and they make a big difference when you have nothing. These are just some other little insurance points. A home inventory. If you lost everything in your home today, how would you be able to tell somebody what was in it and do an honest estimate of what was in your home? You most likely cannot. What I have done and what we suggest is that you take your cell phone and go through your house, narrate it as you go through. In all likelihood, you're going to have your cell phone with you in a disaster. You're going to have it, and that's just a great spot to have that inventory. This says to write it down. Do it on your cell phone. You can even narrate it on your cell phone, tell what it is. You can't look, the old TV that is sitting in the corner, and you go, well, I had a TV. Well, yeah, that cost you $25 to put in the landfill. You cannot do that. You have to have some proof of what you had. Receipts are important, because people like Matt are going to come through and tell you.
We refer to it as an inventory list or a wish list.
A wish list is
most people's inventory lists turn into wish lists.
Yes.
It's all the stuff they wish they had in their house.
We have a department that works with that. It's our fraud division.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Know Chet very well.
Yes. And they don't play. Something else, just so you know, before hurricanes, when we know a hurricane's coming, The insurance companies have planes, I call them spy planes. They go over the areas. And so they go over it before the storm hits. So after the storm, if you decide you want a new roof, you can't pop up and, this took my roof off, I need one. No, it didn't. Your roof was fine, 3 days ago. So there's cheaters everywhere. And this mentions to videotape. Don't forget your garage, your storage spaces, your canned food. Heard so many people, because of the season we were in, people were canning their stuff and they lost their gardens and they were canning, and they didn't even know how to put a value on it. This is a good way to provide proof of the date. Take a picture of the newspaper so that you have it. And this says to store it in an accessible place online or a fireproof box or something like that. That's fine. You could give it to a family member in another location to have. Still suggest your cell phone. And your important documents, birth certificates, social security cards, those types of things. You have to have them with you. Prescriptions. And most people don't have it with them. And you think about it, especially if you have elderly people who are on a lot of medications, if they had to just walk out of their house right now, what would they do? You need to have that information with you and a way to access it. And you can use flash drives to store this. And it is your responsibility to do what you can to protect your property when you know that damage is coming. You can't just leave all the doors and windows open and walk away and say that, because again, people like Matt or people from our CID division they're going to question that. Moving vehicles. This is something that we saw in Haywood County. So many people tried to do that. They tried to get their things out of the way. There was nowhere to go. But if you see water's rising and you just leave your vehicle, that's a little questionable. These items too, your things that you have outdoors, toys, swing sets, things like that, those things matter. That's another thing that you need to take into your inventory. So to tie things down and move things indoors if you can. We don't do a lot of that here, but down east, they have to board up and shutter things. Hanging tree branches, remember, if you have trees that need to be cut, need to be trimmed, that is your responsibility. You have to do that. Afterwards, of course, we all know we can plan all we want, but when a storm hits and we have a disaster, we do what we can. You try to get through, you look for people to help. But one thing that you absolutely have to do, if you have damage and in your county, you have to let your county's emergency management office know that you had damage. If you do not do that, there's not a tally kept. They can't apply for state or federal assistance because they don't know how much damage they've had. They don't know to come and check on you. And you do need to take good pictures. Some people think that they should just leave everything alone until the insurance adjuster comes out, and that is not true. You take pictures and then you do what you can to mitigate that damage. So temporary repairs and save your receipts. And that leads us up to an issue we're going to cover it on in just a little bit, are scams. People show up, they're your new best friend, and they're going to put you a new roof on, and they're going to inspect your home, and they're going to be the adjuster for you. That's not what happens. They're there to take your money and get what they can out of you. If your home is uninhabitable, typically, like we saw in Haywood County, the sheriff's department will make arrangements to have people patrolling the area so people are not looting from your home. And in all likelihood, if your home is uninhabitable, you will have something in your insurance policy to provide a place for you to stay, unless you don't and there are shelters available. But you always need to get with your agent. In times of huge disasters like down east, we set up what is called an insurance camp. We set up an area, usually like a Lowe's store, where the different companies come in their RVs, and that way you can show up and you can go to whoever your carrier is and they'll file your claim on the spot. I think we all know what to do about spoiled food, and you do need to keep track of that though so that you can be reimbursed. Some do cover it. This says that they're not. Some policies cover it. And these are just little insurance issues. I think one of the things that we talked about in Yancey County is why why is it so important to let somebody know my damage? Because we tend to just want to go ahead and fix things ourselves and move on. Is the money that is available that comes to the county. And Mr. Gentry, you know about this. I believe Madison County did get in on a declaration.
Yes, we did.
And the threshold that has to be met, every little bit counts. Whatever damage you have, whatever road is damaged, anything matters. Anything and everything matters. And I believe it's a little over $80,000 that the county was able to be reimbursed for roads, I believe is what it came up to. The fraud and scams, this happens all the time. And sometimes once it's done, there's not a thing anybody can do about it. Your money's gone and you're just out of luck. But you do need to always call and check. If you doubt it, check again. These are just some numbers that come in handy in those situations. But if there's any questions that I can answer for any of y'all, I'm glad to do that now.
April, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I appreciate you so willing to, I'm going to tell, I called you at a somewhat awkward time and called you, and you agreed immediately to come, and I really appreciate that.
Oh, glad to do it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agendas.
All right, well, it's that time of year again. We are at Constitution Week, and the Daughters of the American Revolution have presented their annual Constitution Week proclamation, and it's my honor to read that into the record tonight. And lose this while I do that.
Give him a second to get it up here.
Okay. Page 58, if you want to go to it quick. All right.
There we are.
So whereas September 17th, 2021 marks the 234th anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention, and whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary, and to the patriotic celebration which will commence the occasion, and whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America designating September 17th through September 23rd as Constitution Week. Now, therefore, Madison County government, by virtue of authority vested in us, we do hereby proclaim the week of September 17th through September 23rd as Constitution Week, and we ask our citizens to reaffirm the ideals of the framers of the Constitution that the framers of the Constitution had in 1870. Golly, sorry, my dyslexia is kicking in on me here. And we ask our citizens to reaffirm the ideals of the framers that the Constitution had in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties, remembering that lost rights may never be regained. Let's see. I make that proclamation in the form of a motion and ask that my fellow commissioners adopt it.
Second. All in favor?
Okay.
Thank you, Matt.
Matt.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Next up is Miss Tammy Cody.
Good evening, gentlemen. So I'm here tonight with Dr. Melissa Robinson. Dr. Robinson is our medical director at the health department, and she practices medicine with the Hot Springs Health Program. So I'm going to go over some data with you, and then she will go over some other things. So I gave you the data sheet just a few minutes ago. This is current as of earlier today. So last week, the LHI testing team worked 4 days due to the holiday. There were 450 individuals tested at the Madison County Fairgrounds, with 70 of those positive. That's a 15.5% positivity rate for the week. All of the tests performed were not for Madison County residents. However, this number does not take into consideration all of the positive tests and negative tests that come to us through our hospitals, the urgent cares, the Hot Springs Health Program, and the numerous faxes we get each day from other primary care providers in our region. For last week, there were a total of 148 new positive cases for the Madison County residents, so that incorporates those other facilities that were giving us positive test results. We continue to see an all-time high for hospitalizations, and sadly, we're seeing young adults without underlying health conditions die from COVID. So the first chart that you have goes back to January of 20, and these are the test results or the tests that were being performed in Madison County. And so as we get to August and September of this year, you can see that drastic increase in the number of tests that are being provided here. Below that, the second chart is Madison County specific, and this shows that total we've had 2,341 cases and sadly 51 deaths. The 44 of those 51 deaths were in populations that were 75 years of age or older. 5 were 65 to 74, 1 was 50 to 64, and 1 was 25 to 49. You can also see the number of the positive cases that 31% of our positive cases are in that 25 to 49 age bracket. If you move to page 2, this is again some data that is generated at the Madison County Health Department. And if we look at over the summer in June, we were heading in a very positive direction, and you can see that we were getting 1 or 2 cases. Things were going along well. We hit that first week in July, and it's what's going on, and then the second week in July, and then it just got worse from there. These are by days, and so the 2 spots that you see up in August, those are Saturdays and Sundays when we're not documenting positive cases. The chart below that are the number of school-age positives that we have recorded, again, since the start of school. And if you look at page 3, I'm sorry that top is blurry, but this comes from the state website, and I find this top graph to be fascinating. So if you look at January of 2021, and I marked it there in the little box, you can see how high the North Carolina state positivity rate was. And then if you look at the legend over in the right-hand side, you can see the percentage of positives by age. So the majority of those seems to be in that, what we're seeing now is in that 25 to 49 category. It's also was quite a bit that we were seeing in January of 2021. Earlier in the year, there were not that many in the pediatric age bracket, and we are seeing a significant increase in that. The graph at the bottom of page 3 also goes back since the beginning of the pandemic, and the purple-blue color is not living in congregate living settings, and that peach-pink color is that they are. And so if you look back at last November, December, there was a lot of congregate living settings that were highly positive. Now, in August, we're seeing positive cases in congregate living, but it's a much smaller percentage than it was previously. And that is attributed to the vaccines that are now available. On page 4, this one I just find interesting. This is in our nation, and it is the number of COVID cases as of September 13th. And it starts out, as you can see, California ranks at the top, but it's not very far down there. And you can see North Carolina has a very high percent in the nation of positive COVID cases. The chart down below that, again, is a picture of where we were in December, January of last year, and where we currently are. When you see that the demonstration there is we're in the same situation now that we were at the height of this pandemic. Finally, the final slide of data that I'm sharing with you tonight is on the top left-hand corner, North Carolina vaccination progress summary. If you look at only look at the 65 and up, you can see there's a very high percentage of vaccinations. If you look from 18 years and up, it's still across the state of North Carolina, 67% partially vaccinated and 62% fully vaccinated. If we come down to Madison County, in Madison County, 52% of our population have at least one dose, and 50% are fully vaccinated. And at the top, this study was just released, but it's the effect of vaccination on COVID deaths. And unvaccinated is 37.4%. Vaccinated with one dose within 21 days is 23%. After 21 days is 9.9 or 10%. That second dose is the 1.6% likelihood of death if you contract COVID. And after that second dose, it's a very minimal. And we do see that here with our residents, that we do have quite a few breakthrough cases. Most of those are mild. Some can be severe with folks really having a hard time, but being able to remain at home. It is rare that folks that are fully vaccinated in our county end up being hospitalized. This chart does hold true to what we see in our county. And then finally, in the left-hand corner, these are hospitals in North Carolina, and that orange graph there, that is the COVID-like illnesses that are presenting in the emergency department. And if you look in 2021 and look where we are now, there has been a substantial increase in individuals showing up in the emergency departments with COVID-like illnesses. And so I'm going to let Dr. Robinson talk with you a little bit more.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Melissa Robinson, family medicine doctor with Hot Springs Health Program, and I'm mostly out in Hot Springs, but also see patients in Mars Hill. And as you know, we're in very high transmission, 15.5% positivity rate puts us in very high transmission. So if you think about the vaccine as an umbrella, and you think about rain as being COVID, the umbrella works when the rain is moderate or light, and it works to some extent when you're in a hurricane. But if you're in a hurricane, even the umbrella isn't going to be enough. And that's where we are right now. We have transmission rate that is so high that the vaccine helps tremendously. 15 times less likely to die if you've been vaccinated. But even that isn't 100%. So let's talk about the hospital capacity. That changes by the minute as people are admitted and discharged. Yesterday it was at about 80% capacity. But you got to be thinking also not only about the actual beds, but also about the staff. And I'm sure everyone knows someone that works at Mission or at one of the other local hospitals. All of the surrounding hospitals have had our county residents and have had them expire at their hospitals. So they are doing a lot of work on our behalf. What about the Hot Springs Health Program itself? What about our capacity? Well, we still have rooms open, but just try to call and get an appointment and see, how booked are we? How much capacity do we really have? Talk to any of the employees, the 10 nurses that are trying to serve the county. It's a pretty tough situation. So now let's talk about what are the treatments and are they available? You may have heard of the new monoclonal antibody, and so that is the best hope for somebody that's got the potential for this to become very severe. It would not be used on somebody that didn't have risk factors. But even for people who do have risk factors, where do you get it? Because I don't know. I couldn't find it for my patient that needed it. I spent 30 minutes. My nurse spent 45 minutes. We called place after place that supposedly offered it. They were overwhelmed. We never found it. With the very recent in our county tragic and likely preventable deaths just in the last 2 weeks, I think we have an opportunity to reevaluate, and I am seeing an openness in some of my patients that was not there before to reevaluate the situation. The situation as far as whether they get vaccinated and how they protect themselves and their family members. I thank you for your work because you are in a tough spot. We as the health department are your advisors. We are not your decision makers. You all are the decision makers. And that's a tough spot to be in, and thank you. And what we advise you to do is to make a resolution that you join with the Western Carolina Medical Society doctors and encourage vaccination. And that you point out that nobody wants a vaccine if it's not needed. But when you look at what your options are and needing to take medication or monoclonal antibodies as opposed to a vaccine, it's definitely the more natural choice. And that number 2, you require masks in public indoor settings. That is the recommendation for high transmission rates, and we're in them. We're in that right now. So that would be places that people have to go. They don't have to go in a restaurant, but they have to go to the grocery store. They have to go to the courthouse. My patients are asking me for letters to get them out of jury duty because masks are not required in the courthouse. And I'm supporting that because I've got high-risk patients that don't need to be sitting side by side in a courthouse with other people without masks. I'm not even asking the question, but I'm wondering, is there going to be some legal ramification eventually about how that changes the makeup of the juries? And that you teach and encourage that people use reliable sources of information. I think a neutral recommendation is that people use .edu settings. when they're searching on a browser. So that's going to pull up the universities, and that's pretty neutral and a reliable source of information when they're searching for recommendations and information about things like whether mask wearing is effective and whether vaccination is effective. So thank you very much. I appreciate your service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next. Golden Leaf Project presentation.
All right, it's a little bit of a background to those of you who are new this evening. Tonight, we will have presentations by the three groups who have been working on their Golden Leaf applications. Now, Golden Leaf is the legacy tobacco money. As many of you in this room know, Madison County was the largest single producer of burley tobacco in the entire country as a county before tobacco was bought out. Clearly, that was a devastating economic loss. It's been a long time ago. We have to a very large extent moved on. But portions of the tobacco company monies that were into the settlement not only bought out the crops and paid the farmers, it went into a gigantic trust fund, which in North Carolina is called Golden Leaf. Every 7 years, it cycles around the state to different parts of the state. And this is our cycle for us to put forth projects that we can go for upwards of $1.5 million to $2 million that could come to Madison County as its fair share. So this evening, you are going to see these three proposals that will be coming to the board this evening, and then following that, gentlemen, we will rank them in 1, 2, 3. They will all be passing through. So our first one, Alice McVeigh and her partners from the Spring Creek Community Center. Alice?
Well, first of all, I want to thank the 5 of you for allowing us to be one of the 3 to present today. And if you have questions, feel free to ask as we go. I'm going to start with a little bit of history about our Spring Creek Community School. Then we're going to move into the actual community center, how we've been sustainable for 22 years, our vision, and potential hurdles for the future. Back in 1927, the Board of Education felt it was important to open up a larger school in Spring Creek. And by 1930, we actually had a graduating class. The school had they spent about $45,000 on the school. And so it was wonderful to have this graduating class in 1930. Unfortunately, by 1974, the last graduating class participated. K through 8 stayed open, but the school itself ended up finally closing in 1989. A lot of the data that I got historical-wise came from a variety of sources, but this book itself by J.B. Reese was really quite informative. In fact, a funny little thing that I found out is apparently October 15th was a holiday. It was the first day of squirrel season back then.
Could use a little letter on my house right now.
Yeah. So the school had sat closed for 10 years. In 1999, Mary Ruth Fowler said, we have to do something about this. She's a local Spring Creeker. She had gone to the school and she wanted to save the building that was falling in. So she and a small group got together and got the IRS designation of 501c3 for not-for-profit status. And this is just a picture of her getting a certificate of recognition And if you look closely, that's Ross Young standing there 20 years ago, too. So she was one of the first key grant writers for the community center. It wasn't just grant writing that they did. They also did a lot of fundraising. So if you look at the top left picture, that's the school with the old roof. It had broken out windows. It was in great disrepair. So they did a lot of down-to-earth grassroots fundraising. The picture in the middle is actually of one of the Bluff Mountain festivals. And you might see Clara Askew, you might see Vita Davis, you might see Lady Sorelli. Two of them are in our audience today supporting us. So a lot of fundraising going on with Spring Creek t-shirts and hats. I wanted to give a little shout out to J.D. Waldrop in the far left bottom corner. He loved to put on a clown costume and entertain kids, but he would equally get in the basement and dig troughs and ditches to keep water from flooding the area. Do any of you know what that one on the right is?
Chicken Rooster Bingo.
Ding, 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 you're right. That was one of our biggest fundraisers, was to actually do Rooster Bingo. I don't think that's a rooster, but close enough. So in 2004, Our State magazine actually did an article on the Spring Creek Community Center talking about the fact that they were the first of the 5 rock schools that were closed, the first one to actually put the initiative together to save the school, because it was really falling in. And when I say falling in, I really mean falling in. I want to show you a few pictures. On the left is an entrance before renovations. On the right is the way it looks now, obviously a lot better. This is a gymnasium on the left, sad looking place. On the right, we had Wilson Kent, who's one of our local board members. He talked about putting each one of those boards down, because volunteers did all of this work. There was grant money for the pieces, but we actually need people to actually do the work. And in here, we currently have an exercise class. They do a slow flow program. There's weightlifting, there's cardiovascular. We have our annual reunion in here. We have speakers come. We have some revenue that we generate as well from receptions and things along those lines. But this picture's the one that really tells the story. Mary Ruth talked about the amount of truckloads of debris that had to be brought out of the facility, and you can pretty much see that in the left picture. The picture on the right is that same space, but it's been totally renovated. And the pictures there are things of, they're pictorials of families, they're school events, that are all on the walls. It's the history of our community. So we're still doing fundraising, even now. We've got yard sales, we've got Christmas festivities, we've got music. One of the more popular ones is the fireworks. And last year, we were actually able to raise $3,000 by working with WNC Communities and Dogwood Trust from the census program. We worked long and hard to try to get as many people signed up for the census as possible. We also know how to have fun. And I don't care how old you are, you can see that lady with Santa is having the time of her life. And we have New Year's parties, and we have trick or trunk parties, and we have tea parties. And in fact, there's one picture up there of 3 geriatric superheroes, and I'm one of those. And so we know how to have a good time. I'm not going to tell you which one. So now let's actually look at the school itself. We've accomplished a lot in phase 1 and 2. We have a restaurant, we have a library, we have a salon that does hair and pedicure and manicures, we have a masseuse,
We have the gymnasium that I've already talked about. If you look behind the building, there's a nutrition center and the pantry, the food pantry. We have the collection center, and then also the fire department way over to the right. So what's next? This is a black and white overhead shot of the building. This last 1/3 or 1/4 is 3,811 square feet. That's yet to be renovated. So what's this space, what should this space be? What can we make it that will make our community even better? So we did a survey last year. We did an online survey that had a series of questions, and it started out as simple as, do you even come to the community center, and how often? Well, we found that almost 70% of our community comes to the community center at least once a week. So this is really the main street of Spring Creek, our community center, and all the buildings around it. If you look a little deeper into the data, what specifically should we put in those rooms? They want education, they want computer space, they want business space, retail. There was a long list of ideas that the community had about what would be appropriate to put in our community center. To make sure that we were on track with this survey, that we were correct, this year we sat down with a small focus group. And the focus group members were mostly small farmers, home-based entrepreneurs, producers. They're making soap, they're selling honey, they're selling flowers and produce. And we wanted to know, what do you need? And that's exactly what they said. They need professional space. We have internet finally coming. Ultimately we'll need child care, maybe a commissary kitchen, things along those lines. But education is very key. And one thing that I want to comment back on Mary Ruth is, back in 1999, she had almost the same vision, so it's really eerie that 22 years later, it really hasn't changed that much. There's still the same goals in place. So let's look at our vision. Like I said, our community center is our downtown. It's on Highway 209. We have motorcycles and cars and trucks on the road, sometimes more than we'd like, but a lot of them in that straightaway that we call the flats. The funds to finish this building is going to make us whole. It's going to make us complete. We just have this 1/3 left to do. We're going to leverage broadband in this vision because that's key. In the spring, we will hopefully have fiber optic internet at the community center. Down in this corner, we are almost an hour from Marshall, so we are very, very remote. So broadband and having an opportunity to bring something to our people in the community is of the utmost importance. An example of how remote we are is when Anna Yant, who's in the back, who's helped me to put together all these slides, when we went to Golden Leaf, we had Zoom calls with Golden Leaf, with Dogwood Trust. We've been looking for money all over the place. We actually have to come to Marshall to do that. The library and the AB Tech, they give us space, so we have good space to be able to actually act professional, to have the opportunity to be able to talk without worrying about breaking a connection. So here we are. This is what we want to do. If you look at the top left, that's a conference room. That's where all that education is going to go on that I've talked about. Over to the right, we've got office space that we're going to rent out. Retail or business space, so we'll actually have revenue coming in. The bottom space on the right is a community area for adults and for youths to be able to enjoy. And the space on the left is our co-working space or kind of a touchdown space for people. They can bring their laptop, we'll have high-speed internet, they'll have a professional place to be. If they need privacy, we're actually putting in 2 small rooms that could be used for telemedicine or professional private meetings. The scary part about this is it's going to cost $600,000, but we need to bring this space to life. If you want to see what the space looks like right now, that top left corner is Ken Pangle and his crew trying to get the ground ready to put new footers and foundation in. We had worked for the past 3 or 4 years to raise enough money, and this is money that we raised from those fundraisers, not from grants, but fundraisers, to be able to put in a new floor. So we have a subfloor in, so it's now a place where people can actually go and safely walk around, and we can share our vision with them. So we've got a floor, but we need walls. So the hurdles that we see. When Anna and I sat down with Golden Leaf, they educated us quite a bit on projects that they like to fund. And it wasn't all good news. You know, life is not always that way. They don't typically fund projects like ours because ours is really true grassroots, very remote. We are not going to educate people, 100 people, to start making $100,000 a year within 2-year time limit. That's not what we're going to do. We're looking to help subsidize people who are living very remote, who want to be able to live remotely, but yet have another part-time job. And AB Tech has committed, as well as the Cooperative Extension, to actually come out and help us utilize this space to get people educated the way we need. Golden Leaf doesn't like being the first money in either, so that's another challenge. They like to let other foundations tip in some money and then they'll come in and support. But despite that, we're not giving up. You know, we are behind this. We're going to ask Golden Leaf for $250,000. We know that they won't give us $600,000, but if we can put together Dogwood Trust, the Tobacco Trust, you know, some of the other sources, as well as our own fundraising that we do, we can get to that $600,000 point. So, in conclusion, I wanted to read a letter, which I have copies for all of you as well. I'm not going to read the whole letter, but this is from Dr. John Gossett, and he's the president of AB Tech, and I'm just going to read a couple of sentences here. He says, AB Tech is eager to partner with the Spring Creek Community Center to provide online, synchronous, and in-person agricultural, business, workforce development courses to an area we currently find difficult to reach. And so those last few words, difficult to reach. You know, people at our community are not going to go an hour to get educated. And so we need to provide that space locally. And Jean Laughlin, who is one of the vice presidents for AB Tech, is saying that same thing. Can we put some of those sites around Madison County, Spring Creek being one of them, that are just educational spots for the adult learner? So I want to thank you for having been so nice to listen to us today. And I'm going to give you copies.
Thank you. Very well put together presentation. Next on the agenda is James Huey, Madison County Schools Career Technical Education Program.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Curry. How are you? I'm good. How are you? Good. Sure. Hope you got good. Yeah, look, we're good.
Thanks, sir.
Good evening. I am Jimmy Huey, the Director of Career and Technical Education for Madison County Schools, and want to thank you for the opportunity to be here to make this presentation. As we have become more aware of the need of skilled workers in the construction trades industry, we began meeting with Shane Massey, who is with MB Haynes. We began meeting with Shane back in May, and we began discussing the needs in this industry, the labor needs in this industry. And in attendance at those preliminary meetings, in addition to Shane, were Dr. Robinson, the principal of Madison High School, Rhonda Cuthbertson, assistant principal at Madison High School, and myself, of course. Since then, we've had at least 6 additional meetings throughout the summer and expanded the participants of those meetings to include Dr. Hoffman, our superintendent, Lisa Gahagan, our assistant superintendent, Sarah Nichols, regional planner with Land of Sky, Smith and Mills, grant consultant, Brian Sams, and Brad Franklin, who are construction teachers at the high school. This grant proposal also has the full support of the Madison County Schools Board of Education. We are proposing to expand the existing construction trades program at Madison High School through a Golden Leaf grant. We plan to do this in partnership with local industry. And as I said, MB Haynes is already on board, and we've had conversations with other companies, and we believe other companies will come on board if the grant is approved. We expect the expansion should be ready to implement in August of 2022-23, which would be next school year, next August. And we want to add to the existing programs, which include construction core, carpentry, drafting, and masonry. So we already currently have those programs at Madison High School. What we would like to add is HVAC, or heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, electrical, and plumbing. And we're told by many industry sources that the local job market is very much in need of employees in all of these program areas. As a matter of fact, I believe it was Shane that actually mentioned that he could hire someone in every one of those areas if they were just available. The problem is they're not available. So as a result of recognizing this need, not only locally here in the county, but regionally, WLOS in June began a series that they called Made by Trade. And this picture is on their website, and that's what the slide is there, representing the series that they began recognizing that the need is not only in Madison County, but regionally for that matter. Our goal is to increase the number of qualified individuals with skills aligned with current and future needs in the construction industry, and also to prepare students with the technical and life skills necessary to enter the workforce. We propose to do this through 3 strategies. The first one is increasing the number of students completing at least one curriculum program in one of the funded programs funded by the grant. The second strategy is increasing the number of students earning at least one industry credential in at least one of the programs funded by the grant. And then the third strategy is increasing the number of students completing CTE pathways in the areas funded by the grant. The progress and success of those strategies can easily be measured by pulling data from PowerSchool at the end of every semester. PowerSchool is our student information system. So the evidence of progress and success is not only readily available, but actually built into our process there at the high school. We believe this expansion will increase the number of available employees in all of these areas and will benefit the community by providing not only employment skills and opportunities, but also affordable housing. Because one of the plans that we have as part of this expanded program is that the construction trades program will build houses here in the county, providing not only work-based learning for the students, but also funding that will help sustain the program into the future. In addition to that, CTE, Career and Technical Education, plans to provide funding to sustain the staff and then also help with other costs needed to operate the programs when the grant is over. There will be a total of 4 teachers involved in the program. Carpentry and masonry. One teacher will be carpentry and masonry. A second teacher will be electrical and HVAC. A third teacher will be plumbing and drafting. And then the fourth teacher will be construction core. By having 3 out of the 4 teachers teach 2 curriculums, that does a couple of things for us. We won't have to add any sections to our current offerings. And it will also not overload those teachers because they won't be adding any sections to their teaching schedule. And what that does is it should ensure that current enrollment stays robust and not watered down by adding other programs, and that will benefit the school as not just this program, but the school in its entirety. Then the fourth teacher would only teach the construction core because that is the introductory and prerequisite course for all of the others. So with one teacher focusing on that one program area, then that teacher can feed students into the whole rest of the program. The proposed budget is in the packet I gave you. We have determined through the budget process that this project would be about $500,000 to get it established. And then, like I said, we have plans through the building of houses and through career and technical education to sustain the program once the grant is over with. Also, the budget narrative is there in the handout that I provided as well. So with that, I say again, thank you for the opportunity to make this proposal, and if it's appropriate, I would entertain any questions at this point if that would be.
Any questions?
Thank you. Very
I just
well
got one
done.
question. Is any of this, as far as manufacturing, I know Pratt & Whitney is coming to Buncombe County, so I noticed nowhere in your current curriculum or in this curriculum does it have anything to do with manufacturing?
No, not in our construction program, but we do have a very strong manufacturing program. We have metals manufacturing, we have architect or engineering drafting, and we also have one of the original mechatronics or industrial maintenance programs in the entire state. Now, at this point, other school systems have that program as well, but we were one of the initial ones that had that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Next up is Miss Elizabeth Ayers, Oklahoma Cooperative Extension, Madison County Center Value Added Kitchen Expansion.
Good evening.
Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for letting me be here tonight to talk about the facility that you're in. So I am Elizabeth Ayers, and I am one of the agriculture extension agents that works here. I get to work here every day. So blessed and thankful to be able to do that. So as you came in, this side of the building, I don't know if you saw the coolers and the freezers, the silver buildings on the other side of the double doors. That's what I want to talk about tonight. So for 10 years, I was the tobacco agent here in Madison County. As Mr. Gentry spoke of, we were the #1 burley producer in North Carolina for generations and generations. We had over 1,000 tobacco farmers just in our county alone. And when 2004 came with the buyout, Mr. Ross Young, who is my director, and you saw him earlier standing next to Mary Ruth Fowler, in his infinite wisdom, he knew these tobacco farmers were going to need a transition and change. And this value-added center on the other side of those double doors, where you sit tonight, was his brainchild to help these farmers transition. You know, these farmers never had to have a farm name, never had to understand marketing skills. This was a commodity that when it was put in the ground, they knew how much they were going to get for it and where it was going to be sold. And after 2004, that was the game changer. What do we grow now? You know, how do we sustain the family farm? How do we have kids want to come back and have a farm for them to come back to in order to farm? That's what this facility became. Now, from 2004, and now we are in 2021. This facility has outdone itself time and time again, and we are time for expansion for this project. We have currently 2 walk-in coolers, a sub-zero walk-in freezer. We have an inspected kitchen. We have 2 cool bots out here that are climate controlled because we have people who are fermenting products that need it at certain temperatures and certain levels. So instead of taking an entire walk-in cooler, they now have their own cool bot space to be able to control as they deem for their value-added products. So an example of, very quickly, our potato farmers in 2004 after the buyout, instead of them getting $8 to $10 a box for potatoes, they could come here. We had a massive grade wash line that we just sold, but they could come and wash and grade and pack those potatoes here, and they could get $12 to $15 a box versus 8 to 10. That was step 1 of value added. So it's taking one more step beyond the raw product. So now in this facility, we have everything from the fermented products to foraged products. We have meat in there from lamb, turkey, pork, cow, you name it. We have every product you can think of that runs through this facility. Our value-added kitchen is also used by farmers and small value-added agricultural businesses, and they are producing everything. For examples are Sweet Monkey and Marshall. She started in this kitchen and was able to spin out and survive. The blunt pretzels that was in Marshall, Eddie, he was from Germany. He started in here. He was able to spin out his program. We had a chocolatier who came, started this business. Now it's online and he ships all over the world. You know, our job is for this to be a incubator for farmers and businesses to realize, is this something I want to do or not? So this grant is asking for an expansion. We are ready. We've got people on waiting lists for coolers, freezers, kitchen space on a daily basis. So we would love to ask for 2 more freezers, 2 more coolers, walk-in coolers, and a walk-in freezer. We would love to ask for some commercial kitchenware, double convection oven, double refrigerator, stainless steel refrigerator, some items such as that. We would love to epoxy the floor in here as well as in there. This space gets used as an annex for the value-added center. Just this past year, we had over every Thursday, we had the USDA food boxes that came in here, got redistributed out with our wonderful volunteers from Madison County and redistributed throughout our county. That happened in this room every single Thursday. We have bulk orders. If you walk back there, you might be able to smell it. We've got feed. We do non-GMO feed as well as traditional feed, bulk orders for farmers, saves them on shipping. Those are the types of things that happen in this facility. So, you know, that's what I'm asking for tonight. It'll probably roughly be $250,000 to $300,000 to make that happen. But we are putting that directly back to these farmers, to these tobacco farmers, these generations of farmers, or new farmers, to help sustain that family farm. So this money will go directly back to them to be able to use.
I got any questions?
Any questions from anybody? I talk fast, I'm sorry.
That was good.
Thank you.
A lot goes on up here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, gentlemen.
Next on the agenda,
Well, we need to do a little work here. The brass from Golden Leaf is arriving literally tomorrow. And there are meetings that will occur the rest of this week. And we will be submitting by the end of the week these proposals to go forward to Golden Leaf. You have heard the name of one of the coaches. The Golden Leaf folks have been very good to work with in this process, and they have worked with all three of these folks to help get them to this point. We do, however, have to rank them. Now, you've seen some of the paperwork that came through before. As county manager, I technically could do that, but I feel that I'm 1 of 5 or 5 of 1, whatever. So, and we do need to decide that this year, because literally in the next couple of days, I'm going to finish the paperwork with these wonderful folks and get it in the hands of the Golden Leaf people before they leave Western North Carolina on Friday. So, the floor is open, Mr. Chairman.
you want to start, Michael, how you would rank?
Well, in looking at these, and these presentations were great, the work that's been done in the county, everything lends to the future, not just to the present. So it's not just always about the best bang for the buck, making as much use of your money as possible. When you also have to consider things such as sustainability. Is this going to be the money that, if we're fortunate enough to get Golden Leaf funding, are these projects going to be sustainable for years to come? And all three of them have implemented a process that ensures the sustainability of them. I also look at how much impact for the greatest number of people in our county. And, that varies between, you go the project for Spring Creek versus high school's project. But you also have to consider the likelihood of acquiring other funding to finish these projects as well. So that's difficult. I think it's a good point for us as community leaders to look at these projects regardless of how they're ranked, and we may be fortunate enough for Golden Leaf to give us some funding towards all of them.
Yes.
But should they not, they all lend to ensuring we have skills trade for the future, because that's the investment, is making sure that folks in this county have the skills that are necessary to acquire decent employment, to make sure they have the equipment, the space, and the things that are necessary to do the things that they want as far as economic development. That's a big horseshoe for me. So these are tough. I know I talked to Matt earlier today just in jest about these, and I think we both agreed that it's important we as a board have that discussion. And ranking's tough when it comes to three viable projects. For me, sustainability, the greatest amount of impact, but you also have to weigh out, if one of these projects is ranked 3 instead of 1, what's the likelihood that they're going to be able to gain sufficient funding to move forward with that project? So
Sure.
It's tough. I'm anxious to hear what you men say.
For clarification purposes, the dollar amount we was very clear on the Madison High was a $500,000 ask. Wasn't exactly 100% clear on the actual amount Spring Creek folks are asking for.
I believe they said-
600,000, but we're asking for 250.
Okay, that's kind of, I had in my notes 200,000 to 300,000, so that's where. But 250 is the official ask. Is that what? Okay, all right, and then the ag extension was sort of a range of 250 to 300. Did I get that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
It would go in at 3.
It would go in at
We
3.
go in.
So is Spring Creek gonna go in at 6, or is Spring Creek gonna go in at 250 if it goes in?
Well, we could increase, and we've had a long series of conversations with folks at Spring Creek. We could put Spring Creek in at higher than what they are requesting. Also, Golden Leaf, if you ask for 6, may give you 3, okay? It's, and certainly the 600, which is an architect's estimate, this is not an off the top of the head, this is, architectural work has been done, the whole bit. And just as an aside, part of this whole project with Spring Creek was to provide Spring Creek what is called a product, so that they can move forward and have, and present it to Dogwood, do all the other community things. And indeed, the program through the school system is also a product which presents a package. And Ag Extension is more of an ongoing expansion of an existing. But yes, ma'am, we could go in for 600,000, still be within our financial limit.
How do all these I'm sorry, to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
How do all these as far as, meeting the criteria, as far as how Golden Leaf looks and what they require?
Well, we handed out information the last time.
Yeah.
Alice was being remarkably candid and reflective, and has been told by the folks that theirs is more of a stretch, okay? However, there are 2 factors there. One is equity. One is harm of loss and limited opportunity otherwise, and fair distribution within the community. And we've talked about this a little bit more with these other funds that we're going to be getting.
Right.
To share the wealth, for lack of a better term. And also, as these matured over the last months, this has been months of a process to get here. The 3 are really, truly unique. They spread the picture, the palette. I personally think that all 3 have an honest shot. I could be wrong. And also, regardless of where we put them, they all 3 go into the pot, and then Golden Leaf will evaluate, okay? And we've heard Smithson's name mentioned. I joked with him one time. I said, you've got to be related to the founder of the Smithsonian Institute. That name is so rare. But he has been their coach, and he has worked with all 3, and he has not told us not to, okay? So
That's told us not to what?
Not to go forward, okay?
I got you.
So
With all
clear,
3?
he's cleared the 3, yes. That's a long way to answer your question, my friend.
That's a good answer,
But
though.
yeah,
Man, I'm sure you're not done.
Well, no, I mean, well, you asked me my opinion. I hadn't got to that part yet, so I was just asking a question. So, my opinion is, when you're, look at the criteria that Golden Leaf puts out, the key criteria, of course, there's other criteria, things that are taken into consideration, but the key criteria is, of course, agriculture and how to aid folks with the recovery from the tobacco, the loss of growing tobacco.
Correct.
On the criteria alone, I would say the value-added kitchen checks all the boxes as far as the criteria goes. The school system program is something that, I would ask my fellow commissioners and our Board of Education, why aren't we doing it already? We should have already been doing this. Now I understand that there's a big pot of money that's needed in order for lack of a better term, startup costs. But I mean, if we're trying to create workforce, which is another one of the key criteria for the Golden Leaf folks, that it checks that box for sure. And it hits pretty hard on the other criteria as well. The Spring Creek project is an awesome project, and there's no doubt that the folks out there are working, have continuously worked their rear ends off in order to make that project happen. And they have my utmost respect for what they do out there and what they continue to do, what they have done. And from that standpoint, I mean, I think obviously if we could figure out a way to persuade Golden Leaf to help get them started, get that jump started, there's no doubt in my mind that they can't take that ball and run with it. So long story short, this stupid thing, I keep breathe and talk at the same time.
Yeah.
I'll take my chances. As far as I mean, all three projects are very worthy. So are we, at what point do you want us to actually rank? Do you want to hear everybody out and then do the ranking? Is that what the point is?
Ever how y'all want
Okay.
it done.
I mean, I think that's probably the fairest way to do it.
All right. You're up.
All right, nothing tended towards Michael, so don't take this wrong. But, you know, a lot of times on Spring Creek, Hot Springs, Laurel in the county, we kind of get pushed back because we're not the majority. So that's my rankings, has a lot to do with that. And as far as the schools, then, yeah, I think the schools need to have this, especially with the way, you know, you can't get people to work now, but anyways, you come out of high school and you've got this trade that you can go to. So, I respect, Mr. Huey bringing this and you know, anything to do with education. The thing about Spring Creek, what that stands out is what they've already done, themselves. They've raised money, so they put their time, in, with starting to get the flooring done and what they've actually, done. And I can't remember her name. She had talked about AB Tech, putting, hopefully like a satellite or something there. It would be nice to have it there. It would be nice to have one on Laurel because these people, you know, they're driving at least 30, 45 minutes to come to AB Tech up here. And as far as the refrigeration stuff goes, like Matt says, that it's needed as well. So go forward.
I don't disagree with anything that's to my right side over there, but I think eventually we're going to have to fish or cut bait. I would say that I have a great deal of respect for the people in Spring Creek. I think they have shown, as Mark said, the ability to overcome and to get this done. And we talk a lot of lip service about that, about how much we appreciate people doing that, but we do appreciate that from this board, because they have done that. I would also say, and with all due respect to Matt, you know, the school system doesn't have the funds for this startup, and he already said that. But we talked a lot, and I ran a lot on the fact that we're trying to do these trades. We are so hung up sometimes, and I work at a 4-year institution, but we're so hung up sometimes on saying that that's the only way to be successful in life, and that's crap. We got to understand that these trades are what has made this country. It's made us here, and we've got to go from here. And we have an excellent school system that gets the job done, and CTE is a leader in that. So, you know, they're definitely going to be my number one. Let's just jump on. I mean, I got no trouble coming out with that, because I see that as being, and I know the value-added kitchen is a wonderful thing, and I hear the word cold storage, and it gives me chills. I understand. Necessary. But for me, that's going to be the biggest way it's going to go, because all our kids go to one high school. So that's the reason why I'm going to go out as far as I think all three of them are wonderful projects. God bless you. You've done the work. But that's where I'm coming, Mr. Chairman. I'm coming out to help. For me, CTE, it's got to be, for me, is number one.
What's the max that they're gonna give? Do you know, Matt?
The amount of money that we are eligible for is anywhere between 1.5 to up to 2 million. Now, they don't use a definitive, okay? If we fund, we know one's $500,000. If we were to put the other one in and go for the full, that's pops it to $1.1 million. And then if you put in 300, that's $1.4 million. So you have a potential for $1.4 million on the table. That's what it is. They also occasionally look at these projects and increase them. Okay? They go through the next is 3-phase process. First, they will screen them and they will say, okay, they move forward. Then the next one is the subcommittees allocated will review. And finally, the full Golden Leaf Board. I think, I cannot speak out of turn because we don't know, I think we are extremely likely to receive one. I think it would be regarded as a pretty strong rebuke, particularly after having been told to pass these 3. So, no matter which one we rank, the one we rank third might be their favorite choice, okay? Correct. And so, but one project, I think we have a fairly good shot. I'd be wrong. I'm sure a lot of people tell me if I am. For 2. And I'm not ruling out 3. Because the last cycle, guys, we got skunked 7 years ago. We got basically nothing. We got a little bit of water and sewer money. So it's been 14 years since Madison County got very much out of Golden Leaf. We are due. And if you don't think some of us are telling everybody all the way up the food chain, we are due. These guys are laughing. They know I can do that. And we are. And it's time for us to do that.
So, Mr. Garrison, what's yours?
Well, I go back,
We'll do it A, B, and C. That's how it is on here. A being Spring Creek, B being CTE, and then C being
the criteria Golden Leaf was 4 categories: job creation, economic investment, workforce preparedness, agriculture, and community competitiveness, which had to do with economic development, and critical infrastructure for employment of healthcare professionals. So based off those, I rank them as Madison High School is number 1, Spring Creek number 2, and North Carolina Cooperative Extension number 3. That's a tough one, 2 and 3 to me, but I know that hopefully there's going to be potential for us.
What you have as 2?
Number
Spring
2 was Spring Creek.
Spring Creek.
Hopefully we could step in at some point with the cooperative extension program, and I think this really is tailored to them, but the other needs are great and have long-term investment for job creation. That's mine.
So one more question. Would there not be, and Craig, you may be able to answer this.
Yes, sir.
Would there not be other funding opportunities? Would there not be a larger variety of optional or of alternative funding opportunities for the CTE program than there are alternate funding opportunities for either of the other 2 programs?
You would think so, and it sounds like it is as far as that, but they struggle like everywhere else getting using your words, this seed money to get it out of there. So that it's almost, if they don't get this, they will not be able to go forward. It's unfortunate, but no, sir.
One of the things I know right now is there's a huge deficit in HVAC, electrical and plumbing, and skilled trade.
There's
Huge
no question.
deficit. I mean, it's not something down the road, it's something that's in front of us right now.
And let me, I guess, ask a question. How do we have an idea of how many students have already expressed an interest in taking advantage of these programs if they were offered?
If we expand this program, if we get the grant, we're able to expand this program, we'll have 7 curriculum areas in the construction trades area. We already currently have 4 of those. So we're adding 3 more, which would pretty much give us the ability to provide employees for any program area that a company was looking for. Based on the numbers of students that might be interested in these programs, we can look at the programs that we already have. And those are very popular programs among our students. They're full classes or nearly full classes every semester.
So how many, let's talk real numbers instead of What, how many kids are we talking about?
Well, in 4 program areas, we're probably talking, anywhere from 15 to 20 students in each program area. Each class has 3 levels. So we're looking at, probably 15 students in levels 1 and 2, and probably 10 in level 1 for each one of these program areas,
So
you're
potentially expanded, you're looking 60 to 80?
somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay, that's what I was kind of looking for is. Okay. In my interpretation of the golden leafs criteria is what is my way of ranking them. And I have, by ranking them that way, I've got a clear one, very clear, in my mind, a clear one, and then I have a 2A and a 2B that are really, I mean, right, I mean, you know, flip a coin, you know what I'm saying? But to me, the ag extension project is the one that hits on all the cylinders of the golden leaf criteria. And then Madison High and the Spring Creek projects are basically 2A, 2B. I mean, you can, again, flip a coin on those. They're both very worthy projects. I think they both are incredibly worthy of our full support. I mean, I think regardless of how the tally comes out, I think we should support all 3 programs to the fullest of our ability.
Well, that's, you know, I think about the ag extension program. We're talking about our capital outlay, long-term planning. We all know that this building and everything goes on up here, this is a county responsibility.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have to, regardless of this, we're gonna have to contribute a lot more resource allocation to the programs and to the facility.
As in with AB 10 as well.
Exactly.
Because we're responsible for the buildings for AB 10.
We're gonna,
As you well now know, yeah.
we're gonna have to step in.
What was your 2 and 3?
My 2 would, I would, no, I'm not beating around the bush.
Okay.
So I've got Ag Extension 1, High School 2, Spring Creek 3.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm the 2 and 3 flip a coin for me, really.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And what they're doing down there is awesome.
All right, Mr. Chairman, my first one would be CTE. My second would be Spring Creek at full funding. And third would be Ag Extension. And again, I must say they are all exceptionally valuable. But I think on balance, that we could talk a long time more, but I'm happy with that choice.
I've got CTE as 1 as well, Spring Creek 2 as well, and Ag 3. Like I said, you hate to rank them because we need all 3 of them. Hopefully we can get all 3 of them. That's the way my ranking is.
I gave my number 1. I figured I don't have to vote on the other 2. I came out on the deck and voted for number 1 first, so I figured I don't have to vote for the other 2.
CTE. Who's your 2?
Now, Bravo.
Now, wait a minute, now, y'all, clarification, let me talk about this, I love it. I gotta go co-op in Spring Creek, and I think they all deserve funding.
All right, Mr. Chairman, how's the score at up there?
Donnie, you double checking his math?
You've got CTE is number 1, and the other 2 tied.
That's what I'm about.
CTE had 6 points, the other 2 had 12 each. No, wait. That's right.
Some way
I
back
did agree.
there.
That's exactly, I did agree.
All right, well, I'm going to make a suggestion, and unless Smithson shoots me down, and I'll be talking to him bright and early in the morning, I'm going to propose, and he may tell me otherwise, that we had number 1 and a tie for second and third.
That's right.
That's fair. That's fair for me.
Okay?
And I feel the same way Matt did. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a,
And I think we've been real. Now, I got to say something here. in this day and age, when we get so much negative and we get so much that's all this stuff, this whole thing has been fun. Working with these people, working this, watching this group work it, seeing them present online, it shows some of the very best about what we are about, how we come to a decision. And I'm very, very pleased with all of that, gentlemen. So I will take it to Smithson tomorrow and tell him, and I will call our good attorney if I need backup, and I think that's fair.
Are you gonna ask
and
for
I'll say-
Spring Creek the full 600? You gonna put
Yes,
it down, even
yes,
though,
with no one
you know,
objection.
Probably not gonna get it, but, okay.
And if it was scored solely on presentation, Spring Creek would win.
Oh,
No
yeah,
offense to
they-
the others. but
They did a great job.
that was a good presentation.
Yeah.
And I would just, I guess, and you're probably already still thinking along these lines, I would definitely encourage to go for the full 600 vote on Spring Creek.
Yes.
300, the full 300 for ag extension.
Yes.
And then, of course, Madison High had theirs locked down pretty much at 500. So
Right.
that's,
Right. And again, all of these now are products that can move forward. And but thank you to everyone that took part in this. It's been a lot of effort, and it's great.
I personally want to thank all these organizations and all the people that are moving forward. Everybody's working hard to bring something good to this county, and you didn't have to do that. None of you did. You could sit back and let somebody else worry about it. You're taking leadership roles, and I love it. It's awesome.
And I know we've talked this thing to death, but I just have to say, I don't want Spring Creek to think we have forgot them, and I do feel like that sometimes. But for them to go out and have done all they've already done, that's a model for a lot of other people who don't complain and get it done. So let's make sure whatever we got to do, let's make that
Well,
happen.
they're just not asking for a handout. They've done their part,
Yep.
labor-wise and racing. All right. Next is 8, the public
We
hearing.
need to get
economic
Sarah
development.
back up and online, and Forrest,
But there
still
she
with us?
is.
Hello,
Hey,
Sarah.
Sarah.
I don't see Forrest anywhere. He may have,
Horse broke camp.
he broke camp. All right, Miss Sarah, we need to have a public hearing on the Economic Development Site Development Consulting Agreement. And Sarah, you're up.
Commissioners, tonight we're bringing for your consideration, this public hearing, a site development proposal. The Economic Development Board has been working rapidly over the last few months. They feel passionately about this, and we put out an RFP. That information has come to this board several times, but includes phase 1 scope of work, that's 4 properties identified by a consultant, 4 properties identified by us, and we use that consultant to help us gather data and rank these properties for future development in Madison County. We went through a process where we collected proposals from these companies, we interviewed them, including commissioners. We came back to the Economic Development Board, brought one under consideration to this board, and now to spend the money out of the economic development budget, we're hosting this public hearing. We have selected Sanford Holzhauser. We were impressed with their credentials. They came at an affordable price for us from scope of work determined. Plus, we have connections and relationships. We feel like they were able to understand the mountains and rural issues because of some of the staff they have on their team. Cost for this is going to be $15,000 plus travel, which was minimal and identified in the public hearing notice.
Mr. Laws, I believe the process is, if you will walk us through it, sir.
Yes, you have a proposal based upon the RFP that Sarah mentioned from Sanford Holzhauser. It is in your materials. It's from Rocky Lane Managing Partner, which sets forth a $15,000 project cost. To be paid $5,000 upon engagement, $5,000 when the sites have been selected for evaluation, and the balance upon the delivery of the final report. This does involve potential property acquisition and that it is evaluating sites for industrial development. So the public hearing will need to be opened and comments, if any, taken regarding the expenditure of $15,000 plus no more than $500 to fund this project.
I have in front of me the public comment sheet for this, and there is no one signed up for it.
We still need to open it, do we not?
Let's open it to see if anyone who may be here that wants to speak, that
Okay.
didn't sign up.
And also, for the record, this money is budgeted,
Yes,
so
yes.
it's already in the budget.
We have to do a budget amendment, but yes, it's.
So we'll
it's
open the
within-
floor
within
for
our
public
budget limits,
comment.
yes.
Or a question, if one of y'all who knows a little bit about this could just explain it a little further, you know, I know there's at least 2 board members from other county boards in here tonight that would probably like to know exactly what this pertains to as far as, is it just economic development? Does it have to do with the comprehensive plan or
I will let Sarah speak to that. Sarah?
that'd be great. Thank you.
Did you hear the question?
Barely.
A little more, yeah, a little more of the scope, if you would, of the project. Yeah.
So the reason we wanted to do this is Madison County's been invested in economic development for a while, but maybe kind of doesn't know what their first step should be. So this is a typical process when you're trying to figure out what kinds of places you might want to do this, what makes sense to invest in or look at. So all this will be is for economic development. It's not part of the comp plan. This is about future development, but it will kind of give us access to consultants who know a lot about doing this, you know, like where is the infrastructure, where are these sites that make sense, so that as we continue to make decisions about economic growth in the county, we've done it with more than just what we have sitting at the table. So the product will be a plan, but it's a site development plan that will prioritize these sites that we think we have, and then also what they are bringing to the table with maps of topography and soils and access to infrastructure.
It's a really good question.
Yep.
And I know that you serve on one of those boards, and at some point down the road, those boards will be a lot more involved in this process.
Yep.
Right now, it's just simply using professionals to identify potential opportunities for site development, to enhance economic opportunities for commercial properties, industrial properties, so.
It does include commercial, I thought I heard just.
Well, it's designed as industrial per se. And just as a point of reference, Matt and I serve as a representative for the Commissioners Board on that Economic Development Board, so, you know, we're as a liaison between this board and that board. But it's a good question.
Any other questions?
Just a little more. This is really a standard first step. And as Sarah has mentioned, and we've talked about these things off and on for years. And finally, this group has decided as part of the process of moving this dinosaur, okay? But it is a very good first step, very affordable first step. And we have employed one of the very best people in the field to do it. So,
I apologize, I'm just a little behind.
Oh, no.
The first step, and this was the second step.
Yeah.
I thought we were further along, so
It's good questions, because if you're asking them, then they need to be answered.
And the way that
Perfect
everybody,
time for
I'm
it.
sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. The way that everybody keeps up to speed is to keep coming to these meetings and keep coming to the public hearings and keep asking the questions.
Arthur, good to deal with it eventually anyhow, no worries.
Yeah. All right, sure.
Discussion? Y'all have any discussion?
I think we're good. We've been working at this for quite a while.
Yeah, well,
We're excited to see it going
familiar
forward.
with it, yeah.
Mhm.
Absolutely. Have a
Hey, Donnie? Walk us out.
I think you can close the public hearing and then, vote on the, acceptance of the engagement letter and authorize either your chairman or your county manager to execute it.
Mr. Chair, I move that the public hearing be closed.
Second, discussion, all in favor? For the approval for Sarah to continue on, correct?
And for the
County
letter of engagement to be executed.
I make a motion that we authorize the county manager to engage in that execution.
I'll second it. Discussion, all in favor?
Thank you, Joe. Chris is up.
Number 9.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah.
Rest well. I hope you don't get the feeling too badly. Okay?
Thank you.
Chris
Take care.
Manny, Parks
Bye-bye.
and Rec Director, on the Barnard Park funding.
Hi, Chris.
Thank you for your time, gentlemen. I'll be brief. About this time every year, I appear before you, requesting some funds from the Community Foundation for the preservation of Barnard Park. It's earmarked money specifically designed for Barnard Park. Past years, I spent the money on signage, more gravel, some trails around there, around the field. Picnic tables, which I think I've done a couple times, but the second time I got them a little further away from the river. But this year I just want to do just some gravel. The parking lot needs a good coat of gravel. It'll cover, I think the amount's 1020. I think 3 loads is about 1125 and some change. I can probably come up with $100 or so for the additional gravel. But all those buses come in out there, it takes a toll on the parking lot.
Sure.
So, any questions?
And of course, I'm sure the rain didn't help any either, did it?
Rain didn't help any.
So,
No.
and just to be clear, this, for anyone who doesn't already know, like Chris said, this fund is earmarked specifically for Barnard Park. And we thank Dr. Steen for that.
Correct.
Yeah.
Dr. Reese Steen did that way back in the day when he was a county commissioner, and appreciate his foresight in doing that, to always have a little something to refresh that park whenever it's needed. So, that being said, I'll make the motion that we move to request these funds from the Community Foundation for the purpose stated by Chris Main.
Second.
Discussion, all in favor? Awesome.
Thank
you,
you,
Chris.
Chris.
Thank you.
Take care.
Let's get Tyler on. Next up is Tyler Ross, Oil and Water Conservative Director.
Evening, Tyler. Hey.
Can y'all hear me all
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
right? All right. So which one do you want me to start with?
The Appalachian Ranger District Non-Native Invasive Species Treatment Contract.
All right. So,
That is a mouthful.
yeah, so.
We need to come up with an acronym for that.
So I'm sure y'all are clear. You remember me talking to you guys about the Good Neighbor Authority Agreement that the North Carolina Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services entered in with the U.S. Forest Service in January, I think it was 2017, with the U.S. Forest Service, the Department of Ag, Division of Water Resources, with the goal of districts being able to enter into a Good Neighbor Authority Agreement with the U.S. Forest Service. 30,000-foot view on Good Neighbor Authority is it's an agreement between U.S. Forest Service, state, tribal, and county governments, to where those entities can assist with delivering conservation practices for other works on U.S. Federally held lands within their county. So in this instance, we're actually going to be, we've entered into an agreement, or we're hoping to enter in the agreement with the Department of Ag and U.S. Forest Service for an invasive treatment. And we're going to be going to the U.S. Forest Service office off of Maynard Drive at Marsfield and treating and working on eradicating scanthus, which we all know how big of an issue that is in the county, particularly in Marsfield, Grapevine. So the way this works is there's funds that were available And the Forest Service allocated those funds to, the Department of Ag and our office, to where they will reimburse us for us going out there, doing the work, and monitoring what happens. So it's outside of, the benefits of the agreement, monetarily. The other issue that we've had in the county, and I believe Bo kind of did a presentation for y'all about the issues with the Candace. We don't really have a great cut and dry way to eradicate it that works pretty good across the board. So that's the other part of the benefit of us entering into this agreement. Technically, the agreement is between the division, the U.S. Forest Service, and the District Board of Supervisors. But since the county is our finance officer, our budget officer, we still need to bring it before you guys to get approval. Because Clyde will be signing as the representative, and then we would like Norris to witness it. Just so everybody's on the up and up on what the Good Neighbor Authority agreement is.
And this board would need to authorize the Soil and Water Board to actually execute this, am I correct?
Technically, no.
Okay,
Because they're under General Statute 139.
okay.
They're still a local entity, but we'd like to, there's, all that stuff. I'm sure me and Donnie could delve into
Yeah,
that.
whatever. Okay,
But,
we're good.
I'm just really a big fan of open lines of communication.
Okay. All right.
We
Donnie, I know
appreciate
you've looked
any
at
effort
this.
to eradicate that stuff.
Yeah, well, we're working hard on it, and hopefully this will open up other avenues for us to go in and do more work for other invasives that we're seeing issues with in the county, like knotweed, and, we're in a bittersweet, autumn olive, Chinese ribbon, to where we can start working with them. And the Good Neighbor Authority is really a great program, because it takes that federal dollar and makes it go a lot farther. And then it also goes back to local communities, local entities of government, to where it's better bang for the buck.
If
So
y'all,
yeah, hopefully this will lead to a whole lot more stuff in that pot.
if y'all need some land to practice on, I might be able to provide that.
It's already got a list.
me too.
We might.
All right, Mr. Laws?
In a nutshell, what this is a grant. And it's through Tyler's department, but since it's money coming into the county has to follow all the guidelines and make sure that all the paperwork in order to process the grant comes in. So Carrie will have to show this as an additional revenue source. She, under the terms of the grant, documents have to be maintained. There's reporting requirements. There's probably 7 or 8 forms with this grant that will require the finance officer's signature. It's much like that home grant that you all administer
Just
through the
now
Housing
closing out.
Coalition every year. It's money that comes in. One of your department uses it, but all of the reporting requirements fall on the county administrative staff. So as long as Tyler and Carrie share information and he gets that information to Carrie to file the reports. I think this is a reimbursable grant is what it is. We actually spend the money and then we turn in the receipts and documents and everything, and we get reimbursed the money through the program. So,
Donnie's correct.
is that right, Tyler?
That's correct. The paperwork that Donnie's talking about, the attachments at the end, that's just like the attachments that we have for our master agreement that we do every year with the Department of Ag, where they reimburse for the salary in our office.
So as long as the coordination remains between Tyler and Carrie's offices and it doesn't, you just don't want these grants falling through the cracks somewhere, because you have to maintain those records for at least 7 years, and there may be some compliance with it. So, but everything is straightforward in it.
Okay. need a motion, I guess, Mr. Chairman. No. Sir? I'm sorry?
No, I cut him loose. Yeah. Motion?
I'll move.
Second. Third discussion? All in favor?
All right. Now, the North Carolina Emergency Watershed Protection Program Assistance Request. Sounds like our breakfast meeting the other day.
That's exactly what it was. That's exactly what it's about. So as you all are very aware, August 17th, Tropical Storm Fred came through. 17 inches is what I think what the reporting was of the head of floor where Shining Rock splits between Hayward County and Transylvania County. There was a lot of obviously water there. We got water throughout the region. And the North Carolina Emergency Watershed Protection Program is actually a emergency assistance program administered by the Natural Resource Conservation Service of the United States Department of Agriculture. And it is to address watershed impairments, to protect property, life, and structures. And Madison County, actually, from what I've been able to get out and look at, and people have contacted me about, we have around 3 sites that qualify. But in order for us to get these funds, we have to send an assistance request. When me and Norris met the other one, talked about it, at that time, we had not had a federal declaration of FEMA assistance or anything. So at that time, the 25% that was going to be come from the local sponsor was going to technically be on the county if we send in the request, and the federal government would pick up 75% if those projects are approved, and the county would have been there for 25%. Well, we actually discussed that one of the new rules with the way they're doing EWP now is that actually we could decide case by case if the county wanted to assist on those projects after they were awarded. But with the federal declaration, they're working on it right now legislatively, according to the vision. I spoke with this. They're working on it legislatively now where the state would come up with 25%, much like they did in 2004, 2005, after George Francis time. So all I'm asking y'all to do is I sent a template to me and Norris, and all it is just requesting EWP assistance from the state conservationist in here. And once that happens, we have 60 days to put in what they call field data reports and damage survey reports and submit them to the state office or to the area office, which means which need the next step, which is the DSR, the damage survey report. But we have 60 days to get that done after we send the request. Luckily, I've got 2 of the 3 done. The other one, there's a chance we might not have to ask anything for it. I'm actually talking to Laura right now about it. But once we send in that request, I'll send in the FDRs, and then it will should be a quick process. But I'll go ahead and tell you guys. The other name that we call EWP is the Eventual Watershed Protection Program, because it's not as fast as we'd like it to be. But, you know, we're working through the kinks right now. And in fact, the way we're delivering the program of evaluating and do the FDRs and DSRs, the districts are now doing that. The NRCS is then working with the districts and then reimbursing the districts for the time, but also the districts are able to deliver that, or get that deliverable accomplished a lot quicker than we have before.
And the primary purpose of this is to help mitigate potential areas which could cause or contribute to flooding, similar to what you saw in Crusoe.
Yes, sir. So
yeah,
it's the wording of this. So, like certain programs that come down the line, it's supposed to mitigate issues that would arise from the damage caused by Fred in the case of another storm event. And then it's request us to look at what watershed impairments are. And there's a lot of nuance there, unfortunately, but we all know how that comes with language that's tied to a lot of these laws that bring about these programs. So essentially they're pretty difficult, but Fred the damage is so extensively spread, there's gonna be quite a few areas out there. If there's anybody in the public, or if y'all know of any other areas that you would like me, Richard, to go evaluate, we can, that's not a problem. But all we'll do is, we'll collect, data reports, send them on up to the area, and they'll let us know the damage survey report. And then, once it goes from the area to the state office, it'll go to the national office in Washington, and then they will determine which sites are gonna be funded. But none of that can happen unless we send in a request.
So Tyler, what specifically, can you give us some specific examples of the type of projects you're looking for?
Anything that actually has debris buildup and impairment. So if we're thinking impairment, let's think of a collapsed culvert or bridge or something that's or door. That's the burden, water away. That could be a console or property or life. So I actually went and helped do the initial evaluation of Boston Road, Lake Thompsonway, Roslyn, and I helped a little bit of Crusoe. And the biggest examples, the easiest examples are bridges, private bridges that washed out, that are laying in the stream, that are now in impairment. And then another, with those bridges as well, and this is where it gets like nuanced, is if the bridge is still functioning, it's still up and it's not washed out, but the thaw wag, which is the center of the stream where the energy's at, if that's hitting the abutment of the foundation of that bridge, we can then apply for EWP assistance to address, move that thaw wag back in by using in-stream measures, do stream bank stabilization to protect that area.
But then just to clarify though, this is really just to remove the debris, but it's not gonna rebuild people's private bridges for them.
That
Correct?
is correct. It's just to address the impairment.
Yeah.
It's not going to restabilize or bring anything back in. Unfortunately, this program will not do that.
Good question. Is that it?
And you need us to authorize you to proceed.
Yes, sir. I just need y'all to approve, or vote on it, approve sending a letter of request.
I'll make that motion, we send a letter of request.
Second?
Discussion. All in favor? All right, thank you, Tyler.
Tyler, take care. Safe travels.
Thank y'all, and I promise you that I am in the office. You guys can have the meetings whenever I decide to go hunting.
All right. Yeah. Hey, love the internet. All right.
Okay, number 11 is public hearing, Madison County Transportation Authority grant fund. Mr. Daniel Metcalf.
Good evening, Daniel.
Good evening.
Hi, Daniel. For a grant.
We've got a couple of grants, don't we, Daniel?
Yeah, we've got 3 grants that the Madison County Transportation Authority is asking for permission to submit applications for. You've got the information there. The first is the administrative grant of a total of $128,164. The second is the capital grant with a total of $85,800. Those are the 2 grants that traditionally the Transportation Authority has applied for. And we have an additional that we're going to hopefully be successful with an application. And this one is the 5310, and this is to increase the services for rural areas for the elderly and disabled in the community. And this is the Rural Enhanced Mobility of Seniors and Individuals with Disability. That is a total of $54,410. I do have a correction there on your sheet. The federal and the local is a 50-50 match.
For the 5310, correct?
Yes.
The others are 80-20, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And are these grants that we traditionally apply for and receive?
Top 2 are.
Yeah, the first two, the two
And then-
5311s are.
Where does the in-kind funding come from for?
So we're using other funding sources that we get, like the rope funding, which is returning this year. We just today received information from the state that we need to get our paperwork in, and that amount is returning. I think it's 123,000.
Yeah, that sounds
That
right.
didn't
It
occur
is
last
over
year
100.
because
Yeah.
of the COVID funding, I guess.
Yeah, and these are all traditional and they're all basically in the budget.
Can we do a motion for all of them? or just do
What
each?
we'll need to do is specify each grant, the type, the number, and the amount that transportation is requesting. And then we'll need to open the public hearing for comment on that, close the public hearing, and then vote on the application for that specific grant with numbers, amount, and the specifics of it so that Mandy can get those in the record.
Okay, can we do the two traditionals together or do we need to do them separate?
No, dude, now the administration, the
Capital.
5311, is that one grant?
I think it's two separate.
Okay, do them separately, too.
So how much was your administration grant?
128, 164.
Let's do that one first. So I got a motion.
But
We'll need to open a
we got to
public
have a
hearing.
public hearing first.
Yeah, have to
Oh,
open
that's right, that's right.
So, and that's just to clarify for anyone who might have questions, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, we've got, that is essentially and just really purely for administrative expenses. This doesn't buy new equipment, doesn't buy new vans, doesn't do anything. This is a grant that we apply for every year
Correct.
and consistently are consistently awarded to pay for the operation.
Yes, sir. The
And-
state actually tells us how much we're eligible for, so.
Exactly.
And the 20% matches should already be in your budget.
Correct.
It is.
How much is your capital grant?
We need to do.
Well, I'm just getting the numbers.
The capital grant is a total of 85,800.
Okay. And then
That's for replacement of a van and replace the flooring in the office
okay.
for the
And then the
transportation.
5310 grant.
And the 5310 is a total of 54,410.
So I guess we need to open up public comment. There's nothing, nobody on this paper, so I guess we'll just open the floor up like we did for the economic.
Yes, sir.
Anyone want to speak?
Chairman, I move we close the public hearing.
Second motion.
Discussion? All in favor? Well,
So, Mr. Chair, I move that we proceed with the administrative grant as submitted.
Second.
at $128,164.
Correct.
Discussion? All in favor? We need to close that one out. Donnie?
Do you have certificate and the certification and insurances that I need to execute on
Mandy has all
those?
those.
Okay.
All right, first pass. Next one?
Mr. Chair, I move that we open a public comment portion of this hearing for the capital outlay, which includes vehicles and the repairs to the flooring in the building.
Second. All in favor? Anybody want a public comment?
Chairman, I move we close the public comment.
Second. All in favor?
Chairman, I move that we approve the grant as submitted.
$85,800.
I'll second that, but I do have discussion.
Discussion.
Daniel, explain to us what the replacement of the floor, the purpose of that is, please,
Replacing the carpet
with hardwoods,
with
correct?
laminate
Hardwood laminate, yeah.
Yeah, get the carpet out of it.
so we can mop it with Clorox water.
Very good. So not only cleaner, but more sanitary
Yes, sir.
and
You can tell he
easier
was
to
a
maintain.
principal.
All in favor? Okay.
No further discussion.
All right. let's go. You want to make a motion for public
Chair, I
comment?
make a motion, we go into public comment for rural enhancement mobility of seniors and individuals with disability capital purchase of service grant. Comment?
$54,410.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor? Okay. Got a motion for,
Chairman, I move with no public comment that we close public comment.
Second motion.
favor? Make a motion. Grant 5310 for $54,410.
Second.
Discussion.
Just to clarify for the record, that's a grant that, to my knowledge, we've never gone after before.
We've not.
Um,
That's expansion fund.
Yeah, and so this is a new program for us, and can be a very good thing for our seniors and disabled.
And as I've sent out just the other day, our numbers are growing over there, and they're doing a great job. And the insurance work that is being done, I know this is not part of it, but with the finance office and Carrie and with Daniel's staff, they're going after additional insurance reimbursements for us to help support and reduce the cost. And that's something that we have been lacking in over the years. That's good work, Daniel.
And is that the county's 50% matching monies, is that already in the budget since this is a new grant?
I don't know.
We will have to do that in next year's budget process.
Because this will be actually next year.
Yeah, this grant doesn't pay till next year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we'll have to build it into the budget at that
Yeah.
point.
Okay.
But, Daniel, appreciate you and your staff. This is all three of these are a very cumbersome application process. Our packet this week, or this month, is 499 pages.
517.
517 now,
Through
okay.
today.
Yeah.
And and about 200 and something pages is these grants. So
Now everybody knows we're not just dawdling on our desktop, on our laptops.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not checking my stocks.
So I had a motion.
Motion. Second, your motion.
Second. Second. Discussion. All in favor? All right. Next on the agenda is Daniel Mecca. Go ahead, Daniel.
Do you want us to do these three independently, or are they all together?
Are they long?
Well, Donnie, they are the
I think they have to be.
system safety and
They're
continuity.
unrelated, so we'll need to do those
Yeah.
each.
All right.
So the first item is asking for approval for the Madison County Transportation Authority's system safety and continuous operation plan. That plan lapsed, and we need to get that
Back in place.
approved as if possible here tonight.
Were there any fundamental changes to the plan, Daniel?
It's basically the same with just following the state template.
Correct. Motion to approve. Second. Discussion. All in favor?
The second item is updating the rider policy. And in our proficiency review we had in the spring, they determined that our policy was too strict when we had no-shows. Those are when we show up to pick someone up and they're not going to ride, so they cancel there on site. And in the past, you can see in the old policy, it was 3 strikes and you're out for 30 days. And they were not happy with that, so we've updated that. Where there's steps, and that's highlighted, I think, in the with the yellow highlights there, that we'll do the 3 steps.
Those people passing judgment on you don't live out here. They don't understand, do they?
Motion.
Move.
Second.
Second motion.
Discussion. All in favor? All right.
And the third thing was to update the funds management policy for the Transportation Authority. And what we needed to do there with the proficiency review is to show that the actual cash goes through 3 different hands before it's deposited in the bank.
Is that something new or just
It was just getting the policy matching what we
Okay.
actually do.
make a motion?
So I could just Are we making a motion on his policy revision?
Yeah, he said three
Is that
people.
necessary?
This is a funds management policy.
That was a policy, I don't know that it was approved by the Board of Commissioners or
I
not.
think it was
And-
previously, and since we're changing it, I think we probably have to do that, don't we, Donnie?
You should.
Yes. Anything with money has to be approved.
Make a motion.
I move.
Discussion. All in favor? All right, thank you, Dan.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Brooke Ledford.
Hello again, Brooke.
Hey, so
Hold on,
mine's
I'm still scrolling through Daniel's stuff.
well, mine's pretty short. I have just brought the 2022 holiday schedule for your review. This follows the states like we do every other year, so I'm just asking for you to approve it.
No changes?
No changes.
Is that in our packet?
It should be.
Should be.
I don't remember seeing that. So it's, the same that it was last year?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the dates are different, but it follows the same.
I understand.
It follows
We're,
the
we're recognizing the same holidays as
Yeah.
last year, more
Yeah.
specifically.
That's a funsies. I like that. That was good, bro.
Brooke, do any of those dates conflict with Board of Commissioners' regular meeting dates? Were you able to determine that?
We don't have any on. Well, we have
There it is.
one on Tuesday, but it's Christmas, and it would be the 27th.
298.
That's a good question.
I remember seeing it now.
All in favor?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the standard calendar that follows the state calendar.
Good.
I'll second. Discussion. All in favor?
All right.
Thank you, Brooke.
Thank you, Brooke.
Next up, Ms. Lori.
Good evening, Lori.
Hello.
Oh, no, this.
Hello.
Actually,
So I'm here tonight to present my annual report and also to request the order of collection for 2021 taxes.
Okay.
So you have my, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have regarding.
This is the standard legal procedure, gentlemen, you have it in your pack. These are required documentations, which is the annual settlement of last year's taxes and the official order of collection for the new sets of taxes. These are legal requirements that we must do.
And they appear to look just like the same ones from last year, just updated, right? I mean,
I'm sorry.
it's the same thing you do every year.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry.
Just as a point of reference for the record, the collection rate was 96.233%.
Yes.
It's outstanding.
For the year we've had and all the things that have gone on this past year, it's a good rate.
I think any year that'd be a great outstanding one just for me. So congratulations, well done. A motion to approve, Mr. Chairman, since it appears to be in order. Discussion.
Second.
All in favor?
All right. Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
Next up is Ms. Carrie Ledford, Finance Officer.
Mr. Chairman, can I see the
Yeah.
application?
Yes.
County Attorney Laws, we need two separate votes for the annual settlement of 2020 taxes and the order of collection for 2021.
I think we can actually do both of those together because they're formal.
Okay.
Back here.
Good,
Hello,
good
Karen.
night, gentlemen. Good evening.
Yeah.
It's getting late. Okay, before you, please find for your approval item A, which is budget amendment number 3. And this amendment records additional funds received by your library in the form of the LSTA grant for $3,000. You will also see movement of funds from the professional services line of your tax supervisor's budget into salary lines to cover the emergency temporary hire. Also find additions to your land records budget and your planning and zoning department budget for travel and telephone expenses and professional services respectively. Find the recording of additional revenue in the form of $45,000 for the sale of the surplus vehicles as well as the land purchase. And also see the recording of the additional revenue generated by the quarter-cent sales tax in the amount of $47,275.18. And these funds will be distributed to the Board of Education pending your approval.
Okay. Any questions, y'all? Wait.
The surplus vehicles, did I read that correctly? They were all bought by the same person?
That's correct.
We are cleaning out our junk yard.
Client of yours, Matt?
No, no clients of mine. I was just curious. So it was kind of a,
And I have to give kudos to the entire staff, but particularly Mandy and to Kathy over at Transportation. This came up as a long-standing burr in the saddle, and we have disposed of how many vehicles to this point, Mandy?
I think there've been about 25.
Yeah, and we got a few more to go, and we don't need to run a county junkyard, we can move this stuff on and raise some money. And now we get people all of a sudden that got other stuff parked around they want us to help get rid of. So, hey, it's,
Have a motion?
well done. Well done.
most of those vehicles were down at the landfill, were they not?
They were actually scattered even up at Transportation.
Oh, were they?
Yeah, yeah.
So I got a motion from Craig?
Yes, to approve budget amendment number 3.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? All right.
Next, gentlemen, find item B, which I've put both July and August financial reports in there since I did not give you July's in August because it was too soon. If you turn the August report, however, at the top of the first page, you'll see that we are 16.68% into our FY22 budget year. You will see that for all funds, we have received 9.17% of our revenues, and our expenses are at 8.65%. And although we are lower on the revenue side, it's good to remember that this time of year, it's typical as we've not yet started receiving our property taxes in.
Are you uncomfortable with any of our funds or budgets right now? Are you comfortable where we are?
Yes, I am. And I want to take a moment to tell Commissioner Wechtel that we added to our contingency this time. So
Thank you.
You do ask.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no discussion, then we approve the financial report that's submitted.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you,
you, ma'am.
gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Next up is Miss Diana Norton.
Good evening, Diane.
How are y'all?
Good, how are you?
Good. I'm here for the approval for July and August releases and refunds.
We do both at the same time, Donnie? We need to do
You
each one
can.
separately.
You can. If someone wants to make a motion to approve both of them, unless there's a reason that you want to separate one or the other.
So there were, look, just to make sure I'm looking at this properly, we only had 2 in the month of July, Diana, is that right?
Correct.
And then 8 or so ballpark, just glancing here at the August ones.
Yeah.
Up on the screen.
Those were different years. Same person.
It's like the same all the way down.
Motion,
I make a motion to approve them both as presented.
Second.
discussion? All in favor? Diane?
Thank you.
Diane?
The famous Donnie Law.
This issue is something that the board has addressed in the past. There is a property, I think it's just right down the street that has contacted us and basically has asked for a water hookup. and that they would consider executing a release of any liability that the county may have to them over issues many years ago. We had, at an earlier meeting, we had prepared a release. I believe this was when Mr. Gilliam was the county manager, thinking that it may be signed at that time. We did not have approval from the town that they would provide a water tap to these folks to allow them to hook directly onto the town's water system. The issue was whether or not they might have a contaminated well. In August, we got a release, or we got notice from Marshall that they would indeed waive the tap fee. As a result of that, I prepared a release that I believe the county manager may go out and speak with these property owners and actually offer to them the free water tap in return for them executing the release of liability. I have that prepared. And it did not change from the early one. We had left a blank in that because we did not know how much it would cost to obtain the water tap. Since it's free, that's attached to it. So if you need any further discussion of this, we probably need to do it in closed session. If you don't, you can certainly authorize your county manager to tender that release to the property owners and see if they would execute it. If they will not execute it based upon the terms of that, then he can come back to you with another count, with whatever they want to offer to you in return.
I make a motion that we authorize the interim county manager to make contact with the prospective persons and offer up this agreement.
Second.
Discussion.
Point of discussion, I want to really put a thank you out to the town of Marshall for providing this assistance to us in addressing an issue and giving free service for the hookup. So thank them.
Great. So big. All in favor?
All right, gentlemen, we're
Mr.
moving
Norris.
down into number 18. And there's quite a bit of stuff in this, and we'll see if we can get through, and then we will take a break before we go to closed session. In my manager's report, most of the items are fairly quick, but there are a couple that we do need to talk about. We have as I'll close the business today, normal business, 5:30, there are still no new federal or state funding updates. And we are waiting with bated breath, but at this point, we know nothing else new about how we are supposed to spend the money that's drawing the puny little interest that we've got. I have met, in fact, most recently on Saturday morning in Hot Springs with the mayor of Hot Springs and with the chairman, and one of the items that we discussed was, and the town of Hot Springs will be pursuing to see if they wish to change the manner in which they are doing their fire tax, or the lack thereof. Lewis and I are working to finally address the out of service area. We've talked about this several times over the years.
Outside the city limits.
Of the 2 fire departments that we know are serving people that are not, and so as an update, and when we move toward legislation or whatever we need to do that, and Abby and the town of Hot Springs will further discuss, and we will put all that in the same package. It makes perfect sense to do that.
Okay.
We have the preliminary report from Mission Critical for our communications. I brought a copy tonight. Now, this is the draft, so I don't want to jump ahead of Caleb and Lewis. It is back in Mission Critical's editing box. Hopefully, Caleb will be bringing to us in October where we move forward. But they are moving on that very quickly. and I don't think there's any real surprise there. They're telling us we got a lot of junk. Okay, I don't think there's any surprise. We almost have a wire with two metal cans and we're yelling at each end.
I think that would be more effective in some areas.
It would. We continue to work on the opening of the Revere meal site and going to full staffing at Hot Springs. The DSS board has met and reviewed, and Connie has presented to us a preliminary cost to fund that for the rest of this year, now depending on when we get it open. Because while it has passed all of its inspections at Revere, no personnel have yet been hired for that. Brooke, Carrie, Connie, all of us are working on exactly how we may be able to cover that expansion, because we are adding a whole new meal site. And there are issues about all the complicated fundings that go through those things, plus the huge budget we've got. But we may very well be looking at the potential, and we just honestly don't know yet, of having to ask something we've not done DSS for years, but for the specifics of the funding, in order to do that, we may have to ask the county for some additional funding to help do that. And we hope to get that done in the very, very near future, maybe as early as our meeting in 2 weeks. We have some very necessary maintenance items. I've met with Jesse on a number of occasions, and we are going to defer some things that we would like to do just to keep the heating and air conditioning working. It's a rough but pretty close estimate that between now and the time the pipes freeze, we may need to spend as much as $90,000 just to keep what we've got operating. Now, Carrie and I are, we've talked about budgets, we've talked about other things of where certain monies come from. We're going to have to adjust and redirect, and I would think at the October meeting, we will bring some very specifics to you. But we've got to have heat on in our buildings, and some of these buildings have to have reliable HVAC in them. And without beating a dead horse in public, we know this is the accumulation of years of neglect. Movie production, moving right along. If you've been downtown Marshall, they're getting ready to do their thing. And they've already even requested where to mail the weekly checks to. So hopefully that's moving along. Blanahasset Island is moving toward, and Matt, if you want to chime in here for a minute too. About the time the movie's over, we're going to get back together a little bit more, push this paperwork, and we're going to get on with.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything new to add.
There is,
but
yeah. But just if you want to make a comment or two, and we're close.
Well, for those who don't know, is that we, as a board, have agreed with, and I assume it's been accepted by the town of Marshall at this point. I never heard anything official on that, so I wasn't sure. So what we're going to do is the county owns property on the island. The county has no interest in being property owners on the island, and we haven't for some time. We jointly own the old gymnasium. We jointly own the old gymnasium on the island that was partially owned by the school system, partially owned by us, and partially owned by the town of Marshall. The school system relinquished their rights to the county. The town of Marshall will be relinquishing their rights to this building in exchange for the land on the building. And we as a board had made the offer to the county, or excuse me, to the town, that we would then sell the old gymnasium on the island, and 100% of the proceeds, the profits from that sale, the net profits of that sale, would go in a special earmarked account to build or help fund a recreation center for Madison County youth here in the municipality of Marshall. So I think that's probably an adequate summary.
That is indeed.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Beach Glen, the project is moving along. The community housing folks will probably be clear of everything they want to get from that property by early to mid-October, and at that point, we will proceed with the demolition of the house. There are several projects in the works, including the Pigeon River Fund and other folks that are working to build out and do some fairly significant improvements to that property. One of the things that we'll request funding for is a modern parking lot draining system, maybe the first one the county puts in. It's a self-drain system, which will be environmentally friendly, but we're getting a lot of people doing a lot of positive things. We are moving.
Ask, by the way. That's an ask.
Yes, but hey, I feel good about that.
That's right. I got you.
You do too. We are going to need to move, and we will bring very soon to the board information on the new convenience center here for Marshall. Again, been talking for a while, but we now have a second pressing one, and several of us have talked about this. I have met recently with the mayor of Mars Hill. If anybody is keeping up with what's going on, the new residential projects that are either under construction or soon to be under construction in Mars Hill are significant, and we will now need to move very quickly, at least within the next 18 months, to secure and or expand our facilities at the Mars Hill Convenience Center. It will be virtually incapable of functioning without that, so that's on the move.
It's already at capacity.
Yeah, this one is out here. Now, a number of people in the community, and among many of us, conversations have been going on about the Ivy River water tap for the town of Weaverville. This is an old issue that has developed new legs. It is a complicated process going back many years when the district restrictions were put in by state legislation that established a watershed that significantly limits growth and development much of North Buncombe and a substantial portion of Madison County. And there are preliminary talks underway, and we need to engage this as a group, and we've not formally. We need to, I think, move forward immediately in the next couple of meetings and address how we want to address this. The town of Weaverville, to the best of my understanding, is exercising its legal authority and legal right to significantly increase drawdown from Ivy River. And the limitations, both environmentally as well as developmentally, that continue to occur from a very old agreement are worthy of serious review. And what course we take as commissioners, I think we need to be very deliberate. Obviously, there are legislative ways to look at this. It is no longer just a benefit to get water. It is also, as Weaverville continues to grow and moves aggressively toward filling up North Buncombe, particularly out 2570, the availability for Weaverville to adequately and properly use, and for developers to properly use that land versus the limited amount of water that Weaverville can, on even a good day, get out of the Ivy River. So we may be able to have this very unusual relationship where it may have passed the time when it is even in Weaverville's best interest. So looking at the opportunity plus looking at the consequences, and the time is now. And so I'm going to put it on our next regular agenda because we need to try to save our work sessions for work sessions. But now I think is the time, and as we look forward to the next session of the General Assembly and how we may work together to protect the environment, but also to do what's in the best interest of everybody in proper land use moving forward on that. Now we have several specific items that are in tonight's agenda.
Mr. Norris, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is there going to be public comment at that meeting?
I'm sorry, sir, I can't hear you.
Is there going to be a public comment opportunity at your next meeting for the Ivy River?
Oh, absolutely. Anyone could come and sign up at the regular meeting for public comment. Absolutely. Yes, sir. And that process, if you have any question, you can reach out to us, but generally the sign-up sheet will go up 30 minutes before the meeting. And we accept public comment on any issue during that period of time. Yes, sir. Just like you saw the one lady this evening, if you were here.
It's late, so I missed it.
Okay. Yeah, and if you have any question, please reach out to our office or look on the website. Okay?
The other thing too, if you would like, and I would encourage you, because I'm keeping a file on all the Ivy River stuff, because I have been talking with Diener about this and some of the other regulatory agencies in the state. If you'll send an email, if you want to email some comments to the BOC, what's the official address?
Andy?
DOC at Madison, that's on our website.
Yeah.
Put our page and then the commissioner's page and the drop down menu, the website there.
Thank you.
Yep, if you would be so kind as to do that too, I'm not trying to steal your thunder about your public comment, you're still welcome to do that, but if you'd send that stuff, like I say, I'm trying to keep all this stuff together, keep it organized so we can go to the appropriate folks with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Matt. All right, the next item has to do with the North Carolina Department of Agricultural Forest Services, and it's a contract that you have. This is a standard contract, I believe, Donnie?
It is, I reviewed that, I think that's the fees that you pay for the fire chaser, and you renew that every year. You pay a part of it, they pay part of it. It's a contract with the state aid. It's renewed every year. I approve it as to its form.
This
All
is
right.
the smoke chaser, right?
Smoke chaser.
Yeah.
I say fire chaser.
Oh, yeah, well, it's the beginning of a long evening. All right. Are there any comments or observations? Not, Mr. Chair, I would request a motion to approve.
We just for the record, because we've had some comments from folks in the community about the smoke chaser maybe being utilized in other capacities at times by the U.S. Forest Service. What we do not fund that position 100%. What percentage do we fund that position? Do you know off the top of your head?
Terry, I need your help on this. Do you know that off the top of your head?
Looks like
We will
state.
find out for you, but I do not.
I want to say it's like an 80-20 split or something, isn't it? Isn't it, Gary?
It may be in the contract.
Yeah, I'm looking in the contract.
State funding's $143,892 and shared budget of $221,000.
County. Okay, so the total.
County,
Looks like the state's paying 143 and we're paying 77.
the county may agree to cover 100% of the position.
Basically, it's about a 2/3.
35%.
It looks like 35, yes, it is. Part 2, paragraph 7. Page 2 of 4. Page 2 of 4.
You may know what we paid last year? Just out of curiosity.
The total amount is $221,000, the county share is $77,479. County added applicable additional 20. County total is $97,000. This is a contract which is provided to us, this is sent to us by the North Carolina Forest Service, so,
So to say what percentage we pay of his salary, it doesn't specifically say
No,
that.
because
We
it's total
pay
cost.
35% of the total overall cost.
yeah, and,
Yeah, well,
program.
there's a position, the board agrees to pay the department 35%
Yeah.
of the total cost of the salary of the position specified in part one above.
Yeah.
And to answer your question, I don't know whether that 35% changed from last year to this year, or I don't know what the total amount, whether that changed or not. Those would be substantive terms, and I don't know those. I just know it's the same form of contract.
I'd be curious to know that, if you could provide that at a later time, Carrie.
We will provide that.
I was going to say, if I'm not mistaken, last year it was larger because they had requested a truck last year.
They did.
On top of the salaries.
Yes.
I'll get you those figures tomorrow first thing.
No worries. It's not a deal breaker as far as tonight goes, but I'd just be curious. Thank you.
Well, and Carrie's correct, because there was a vehicle purchase, so the amount's actually less this year.
Yeah.
I'm just curious as far as history. So.
So, we need a motion on that.
We do.
Mr. Chair, I make the motion that we approve the contract with the Forest Service.
Second. Discussion. All in favor?
All right, now we have a, next item which is coming up here is there's a double in here, so we need to walk through, so I'm gonna get Donnie to help me here a minute too. Our motion picture folks, are in town, and of course they like the place, and they look at the building, and they suddenly say, oh, I think we need to use that too. So, the first part of this is a agreement to allow them to also use the front of the old Sprinkle Shelton building down where the child care services are for a period of time during the production for basically a small modification at the ramp and the stair. They're going to put in a thing which shows some sort of modern thing of the future. And they want to keep it up for the whole period of time, because as they do street scenes and other stuff, they're going to catch it. So if they put it up, take it down, it might pop in as one of those things that the internet people love to say it's not in that next scene. And of course, the agreement is in here that they're also going to pay us for that. Now, that's pretty straightforward, the use of that building, and it's just like the contract it was before, $2,500. So you see that in there, similar to the one we executed for the island. But in the discussion that Donnie and Mandy and I had, we have to approve a resolution every time we do this. Okay? So Donnie explained to us the virtue of doing this one and then doing the second resolution for the next part.
When you deal with county property, there's a statute that covers how you dispose or lease or give a license to use any property that the county owns. And when you sell it, it's more complicated than if you lease it for 10 years or if you lease it for 3 years. The more control you lose of it, then the more involved and the more process that's involved in it. Over the last 3 months, this company has come to you at least on 3 different occasions and wanted to use county property for a short-term basis. And they've come pretty quickly, and they've changed, what they want to do. There's a provision in the statute where the Board of Commissioners can delegate the authority to enter into leases that are less than 1 year or a license agreement, to allow the county manager to come to enter into that agreement without giving any kind of publication in a newspaper, anything like that. And then the county manager has to report what he's done to you all at your next regular meeting. And I mean, that's been in the statute for years. So as Big Indy Alpha, I think that's their name, if they've been coming and it's been put before you, I told Norris, I said, look, you can certainly ask the board to enter into this resolution to authorize you to enter into those, what I call minor agreements. It's much like in the disposition of surplus property. You can get rid of personal property that's less than a certain amount of money, which that's already been delegated to Norris. So there is that resolution that has been prepared to allow Norris or your county manager to do that if you're interested in delegating that authority to him. you can put a provision in it that he poll you if you want to do that. It's whatever your pleasure is, but I offered that to him because it's in the statute, and most counties do utilize that approach.
I think that would be a good idea, not hold us up till we have to have a meeting on it.
Well, and gentlemen, I think you know that I would poll you and let you know what's going on. I would never execute a lease of any form that you did not know about and that I did not run by the attorney. I just personally would not do that. The first one of these, Mr. Chairman, though, is specific to Sprinkle Shelton. And this authorizes you actually, this would be for the limited use of the facade of the Sprinkle Shelton building during the period from beginning literally today through the completion of it. So that would be the first one we would need to approve.
Do we have to approve that and approve the other one?
Yes, sir, we would need to approve them separately, I think, Donnie, correct?
Sam, why do we need the first one if we approve you to?
Yeah, if they
Skip the first
approve you to
The
do
umbrella?
it, then
Okay.
that would
All right.
take care of everything.
Okay.
That's right.
Well, the
And
next
just
one-
for the record, their modification will not, it says in the contract that their modification will not affect the
Operation.
operation of the building, and we'll have still full access to the building, so.
Yes, and Brittany has cleared with her supervisors and above, and I've cleared with Mark Cody for the probation and other folks that are in there. And so far, knock on wood, but so far, these people have been extremely, while they want to get things done, but they've been very good to communicate with, and so far, for both the town and for us, they've not overstepped what they've agreed to do.
And I prepared a standard addendum that we add to all of our leases that take out the clauses that some of these property owners want to put in, like we'll go to California to litigate the matter or something strange like that. It was in their original document that they tendered to us, so that will be available to Norris.
I'll make that motion. We give Norris.
I think we actually have a resolution.
We have.
that-
Do we need to read it?
Yeah, the resolution delegating leasing authority to the county manager. Whereas Madison County owns various parcels of property that it has no current need for, and whereas, let's see, authorizes under General Statute 168-272, I'm getting my cataract adjusted, authorizes the Board of Commissioners to delegate to the county manager the authority to determine that the parcel may be used for a period of less than 1 year in duration. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Madison County Board of Commissioners, 1, authorizes the county manager to determine that the county does not have a need for the property during the term as proposed for the non-renewable lease, and authorizes the manager the execution of the lease upon such terms and conditions as the manager shall determine. The county manager, number 2, shall report to the Board of Commissioners at the first meeting of each quarter as to any leases of county-owned property entered into during the proceeding quarter. Adopted this the 14th day of September 2021. And this is a standard resolution, as Donnie said, that comes from the statute. Okay?
What do you need now?
I mean, we adopt,
Ready?
Yeah, just
Okay.
need to adopt it.
I make a motion, we adopt.
I think we have a second. Yeah, go.
Second.
you were the second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Discussion. All in favor?
Okay, thank you, gentlemen, and I will always poll you, okay? We have before us the end result of, or the close to the end result of over a year of very elaborate work on revising the solid waste ordinance. We have some additional recommendations that need to be reviewed by council.
They're mostly of a potential legal. We sent around a little bit of information today, and we can discuss, or since I think it would be adequate for Donnie to have time to review, because we do want to get this, all the Ts crossed and all the Is dotted. It's very important to make sure that this is exactly what all of us want, and that it meets all the legal thresholds. And we could continue some discussion this evening, or giving Donnie time to adequately review, and Mandy to do the necessary additions, corrections, that I'm perfectly fine of us moving this on to our next meeting. And we do need, however, due to a variety of reasons, to get closure on this, and we're close. I mean, we're there. But if you spend a lot of time and a lot of effort, you want to make also sure that you don't rush it right at the end and not get it right. So
Let's let Donnie look at it.
Yeah.
I think you need, there's a time component to this regarding the appeals.
Yes.
And I think what the committee wanted to do was get this out to you before the meeting, let you review it, make comments and modifications, which you did and had time to do that. I think all of those are presented, and I believe part of the process was to, since this meeting was broadcast, to give folks who are watching it an opportunity to know that we are adopting the ordinance so that they can be aware of it. I think it would be appropriate to put it on your work session
in 2 weeks
for this month,
Yes.
because, and at all possible, adopt it at that time if these things can be worked out. And then that would be in sufficient time to start the process with the bills going out and everything in October. Am I
That makes
correct,
excellent sense
Mandy?
if everybody agrees. Yeah. So are we all in agreement that it will be on 2 weeks from today? Thank you, Donnie. All right. Good. And I'm not kidding about the cataract. I've got one that's going to come off here in a couple of weeks. We have in here we are needing to issue RFP. Again, we had a lengthy conversation, Donnie and several of the staff this morning. We are looking at going to a different manner in which to purchase our heavy landfill equipment. And since it is new, and it will be a 3-year process, not a 1-year payout, and in order to get this RFP out and get it returned in a timely manner, we are requesting that we do it and push it out electronically and not have to, it just simply makes it work quicker. So Donnie, if you again, since you were involved in that conversation this morning, the resolution to authorize the use of electronic advertisement for contracts.
Your landfill director is wanting to propose to you all to purchase a fairly expensive piece of machinery that he would need out there, the cost of which is going to exceed $100,000. Anytime the board is going to do a purchase in excess of $90,000, you have to go through a formal acquisition process, which means you can't just call up 3 vendors and say, give me your best price. You have to advertise, you have to take in sealed bids, you have to open on public. It's a very detailed process that's in the contracting and purchasing statutes. So, the director was told that process and to work with the finance director in going through that. Normally, the old process we always used to issue an RFP was just advertise it in newspaper. That's a slower process. There is a way of advertising electronically. In order to advertise electronically and allow the county to do that, that requires board approval. Madison County has never authorized that before. So if you adopt this statute, that will allow for a quicker way of getting that out there and hopefully getting bids in. Once the bids come in, you'll look at them and then you'll decide, whether or not you want to purchase that equipment under whatever the best offer that you've got is. So your motion or what you're considering tonight is not the purchase of it. It's just to lay the foundation so that you can get a bid in. And this is just another tool that you'll put in your arsenal so that the county government can work more efficiently in buying what it needs in today's market.
And this statute is General Statute 143-129. And fundamentally, it allows us to advertise either by newspaper or electronically, whichever means we feel is our best. But it does give us another tool and expedite getting stuff done.
Do we need to read the resolution into the record?
You don't for this.
Okay.
I'll make that motion, we approve.
You made the motion?
Yeah.
I'll second.
Discussion. All in favor?
Gentlemen, let's do business. All right. County-owned surplus property, I'll go to in a minute. I want to give you one other little thing about a computer thing that we're working on. I know this meeting's getting long, but we all have a lot of business to cover. Terry Dolan and Mary Jane and I have been working with the vendor for the Register of Deeds. And we have another Zoom on Friday. There is a software which will allow us to create a master database so that a piece of property, and the reason we're going through the Register of Deeds is it's just the way the software is set. But beginning at a point, we agree to do this, all the building permits go in, all the zoning and planning records go in, all the data on this piece of property go in. You go to one source and you can pull all the information that you need, everything that's of record on that piece of property. And Register of Deeds is very happy with it, and Dolan and I have been working. We're having another Zoom on Friday. And it's something generally that big counties use, but as we know, we have a lot of holes that we need to cover, so I'll be bringing some more information to you. And it will cross-tie back into the other records that we've got, but it hopefully will begin to build us a database that keeps track of a lot of the stuff we need to keep track of that's really safe, just all over the place now. So that's what that one is, and I'll bring you some more information on it when we get a little closer. It looks as if it will actually be relatively inexpensive. It'll be a use, an issue use. All right, now moving to county-owned surplus property. You have in your book here two bids, if you'll notice, from the same parties. I want you to look through these, and you will notice that the first one is for basically, and Mandy, correct me here, I think this is about all the property, and Donnie, it's about all the property we've got left from a defunct subdivision up there near the airport.
It is, that would dispose of the remainder of those lots.
Yeah.
One of those lots has been bought.
Now,
Basically, they want to give us $61,000 for 57 acres.
Is that Wolf Mountain?
Projection.
Well,
Make that quick and
we
easy.
do have the opportunity to counteroffer, do we not, Don?
sure. Yeah.
Tell them put a 1 in front of that offer.
2 feet.
Yeah.
Got compromise.
250? We can go down, we can't go up.
Don't matter to me.
I'll go 250. No,
Just as a point of reference, we're talking about property that we have listed as one lot, 517,000.
Yeah, that's 34 acres.
I don't know, I looked these up earlier and I've suggested this board that we look at a better way of surplusing surplus property.
bidding on.
Contracted out for sale and service, not just to put it on the internet and hope somebody becomes interested in it, but actually to market. this property,
Commercially marketed.
To market it, spend a little bit of money and market it.
I can tell you, Mr. Garrison, that these properties here, that we actually took all of these back in foreclosures, I would guess 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
We did go through that process. We actually advertised for realtors, and we had realtors bid, as that they would sell it at a reduced commission if we would give them all of their properties. And it didn't work out real good in that process.
It didn't then.
It didn't then, but
We're in a different world right
is,
now.
that's pre
We're in Chicago,
Yeah.
California,
yeah.
Minneapolis, everybody's coming here. I just think it's worth
And if
engaging
we-
that process, at least as an opportunity before we give property away.
Well,
That'd be an insult.
we are required by, when somebody submits, it's required to come to the board. Also, and we do this, this is a little more discussion, you'll notice there's a second offer a little bit further back for a little bit less for a little bit less. So I guess the point is, we don't have to do anything. We can counter, or we can
Reject.
so, yeah.
You can reject and I mean, I agree with Mr. Garrison.
Yeah.
When we went through that was probably, it was before, probably before you came on. the
Yeah, it
board,
was,
too. So that was back before real
It
estate.
was like
was not
6,
moving,
7 years
so,
ago, Donnie.
You
It's
know,
right when I
the
came on the
times may
board.
very well have changed, and if you want to consider doing that, that would certainly get it off of Mandy's plate to some degree. All we'd need to do would be to issue an RFP out for professional services in realtors and just evaluate, which realtor has the best offer to us, and we can push all of this property over to them to list.
And we have a couple of other pieces of property, quite frankly, that we may want to include in the same package, right? So if the board wishes to request that to be done, Donnie and I will work on that. We'll go the RFP route.
I'm not a realtor. I can't tell you what any of this property's worth. I know where a lot of it's at, so. But I do know this, that's, that property was taken by forfeiture of taxes, and that we have a responsibility as representative of this county to ensure that this county gets a fair market value as it is today as much as possible. I'm not about keeping it and sitting on it. I'm an advocate for selling surplus property and rolling it back into economic development opportunities, so.
I can tell you that the adjoining property to this was foreclosed upon by First Citizens Bank, and First Citizens Bank held it for some time and sold it last October. So the market value of at least the adjoining property did go up. I mean, it sold, it was a nicer tract of land. I don't think it sold for $875,000.
We're gonna sell it. Let's have a professional tell us what we should be selling for. and then
All
we'll
right.
Sell it.
So would it be appropriate to move that we reject the offer?
Yep. Yes.
I'll make that move.
Second. Discussion. All in favor?
Okay, second. Michael, do you want to make a motion
And
that
do
we
we have 3
proceed with
offers
a?
here that we need to address, or just one?
Well, we do have, and we could do, I really put both of them in because I think we were to the point we were going to move forward with a request for a realtor. We could do the second one
I
separate.
mean, I don't care.
It's the same individual bidding differently. Basically, big piece or a little piece, yeah.
So I guess my question is a legal question. Do we need to take any action? Did that motion and second cover all of them?
Good question. Donnie,
Do we need to address
we
it?
can do the second one.
Mr. Attorney, can I interject that it's different bidders? The first big bid is from one bidder, and then the next 3 bids are from a separate bidder.
Okay, so we'll need to do the next 3 separately. Thank you,
I make a
Mandy.
motion, we reject bid number 2.
Second.
Discussion, all in favor?
All right, now one other piece to clean this up. Are we going to direct me and Donnie, Mandy?
There were still a couple more bids, were there not?
Wait a minute.
Got bid 3 and 4.
I just really can't hear, I'm sorry.
There are 4 bids.
All right. Third bid,
I make a motion, we reject bid 3.
Second.
Discussion, all in favor?
bid 4.
I make a motion, we reject bid 4. I don't care.
Second.
Discussion, all in favor?
All right, all bids now, correct, Mandy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, now, discussion. Directing to go ahead and proceed with looking for real estate.
I make a motion that we authorize the interim county manager to pursue opportunity to contract with a realtor for advertisement and sale of said properties.
Second. Discussion, all in
Surplus.
favor?
Said property.
And I'll get with Donnie, we'll work on the thing. All right, gentlemen, we have one other thing to look at before we need to go to closed session. We'll take a break at that time.
Yes.
We have a limited number of vacancies for our boards. If you will notice that we have one in transportation, okay? And we have the same two for a vacancy in the Housing Authority. I discussed this with Mandy earlier today. We have still no one from the area of the county that we discussed the previous time, but we would like to hold that Housing Authority vacancy if we can find someone to represent that geographic area. We still have no one, correct, Mandy?
No other applications have been received.
I think at this point, we made it clear that we were looking for someone. If they haven't come forward at this point, I would make the motion that we move on with it.
Still in the league.
I made a motion.
Second motion.
Discussion, I want to leave it like it is, try to get somebody from that area.
Okay.
All in favor?
All in favor of my motion?
Yes.
We're getting tired of it.
We're not anywhere near the end.
I had to be a little closer to it. Couldn't see.
All right.
So
The,
Craig didn't vote, so that means he voted with us, correct?
All against?
I'm gonna
He's
make,
sleepwalking, Matt.
I'm gonna make a little suggestion here. And, I don't mind, you know, we need to do, there should be some people of interest there. And we just, but I do think we need to fill that at a reasonable point. All right, now to the Transportation Authority vacancy. I move that we take the applicant who has been submitted to serve on that, and it is a DSS slot, if you will notice. So that's appropriate in that case as well. And I will move that we fill that slot with that individual.
Second motion.
Well, and is that individual Connie Harris? Is that who you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Second. Discussion? All in favor?
All right, gentlemen, that has finished that part of our evening. I move, Mr. Chairman, that we go into closed session for personnel, property, attorney-client privilege. I think that covers everything we'll need to do, Donnie. Am I correct on that?
NCGS 143-318, period 11A3. CGS 143-318, period 11A6.
We need a second.
Second motion.
All in favor?
And ladies
motion to come back into
Mr. Chairman, I move that we return to open session.
second. All in favor?
All right, on the matter of the tenure of the tax collector, did we have a motion, Mr. Chairman, to term of that?
We have a motion for 1 year.
Mr. Chair, I'll move that we reappoint our tax collector for 1 year.
I'll second that.
Discussion. All in favor?
Take Brooks up with personnel.
Solid Waste is requesting the hire of Billy Davis as the operations administrator.
So moved.
Second. Discussion. All in favor?
Solid Waste is also requesting the hire of David Norton as the recycle truck driver.
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Discussion.
And the animal shelter is requesting the hire of Scarlett Shipman and Timothy Harden as the animal shelter technician.
So moved. Second. Discussion. All in favor?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we authorize the county manager and the attorney to work and to amend the contract for the Center for Rural Health Innovation from the previous per unit per structure rate to a rate of $110 an hour for the nurse practitioner as we continue through the current outbreak mitigation.
Second. Discussion. All in favor?
And we have the vote on the bundle of services. I would like to do
Mr.
that.
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we develop the developmental service director position and put it out for.
Second. Discussion. All in favor?
Chairman,
Go ahead.
is there anything else? Have we missed anything, gentlemen?
There's no way. 5 hours.
I move that this meeting be adjourned.
Second. Discussion. All in favor?